Good afternoon. You are watching KBC Channel 1 and are in time for live proceedings from the Senate. It is Thursday, the 5th day of the month of December. The year is 2019. It is a day that will see senators as well as their National Assembly counterparts complete the business for the third session of the 12th Parliament. Members, both senators and then members of the National Assembly shall be proceeding on a long recess that, as per the calendar, begins tomorrow until the 10th of February 2020. And so there is quite a bit of business that has to be dispensed with this afternoon. First things first, about 4 petitions will be considered in the Senate this afternoon. The first petition is to the Senate concerning forceful eviction of Dundori Forest former residents. There is also another one on corruption and embezzlement of funds in the county government of Narok. With regards to awarding tenders, these petitions shall be presented on behalf of those residents by the Speaker of the Senate. The Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare has prepared a report after considering a petition to the Senate concerning clearances required by public bodies on application for jobs in Kenya. The Chairperson Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare shall be presenting that report. And a similar report, or a report also from another committee that touches on a petition. This one was on delayed compensation by the National Land Commission to landowners affected by the construction of Eldoret Town Bypass Road project in Uasin Gishu County. It will be presented by the Chairperson Standing Committee on Roads and Transportation. This afternoon, senators are also expected to make a decision as regards 6 bills that they have debated. And so there will be division. One of those bills is the Care and Protection of Child Parents, Senate Bill number 11 of the year 2019, sponsored by Senator Beatrice Kwamboka. This one seeks to provide a framework for provision of care centers which will provide facilities for the care of children born to child parents and who would wish to resume studies but have no person to take care of that child. The bill imposes an obligation on county governments to establish child care centers for this purpose and also set out the standards that should be adhered to by either the county government or any other person who intends to establish such a facility. Division also pending on the Alternative Dispute Resolution Bill, Senate Bill number 19, sponsored by Senator Architect Sylvia Kasanga. It seeks to put in place a legal framework for settlement of certain civil disputes by way of conciliation, mediation, and traditional dispute resolution mechanisms. And just noting that resolution of disputes is something that is part and parcel of everyday life in any society. And so it is prudent that there are proper ways that people resolve issues, be it economic, social, or even political, for the overhaul or overall, if you may, stability of the country. The Kenya Sign Language Bill, Senate Bill number 15 of the year 2019, yet another bill that is awaiting division. It is sponsored by Honorable Senator Gertrude Musuruve. It speaks to provision of the use of sign language in judicial proceedings, schools, and public institutions to ensure that persons who have hearing impaired, who are impaired when it comes to hearing, are given the same opportunities as other learners to be productive members of the society. And she anchors this bill on Article 10(2) of the Constitution, that designates human dignity, equity, social justice, inclusivity, equality, human rights, non-discrimination, and protection of the marginalized as national values and principles of governance. Senators shall also this afternoon make a decision as regards the County Licensing Uniform Procedure Bill, Senate Bill number 17 of the year 2019, sponsored by Honorable Senator Mercy Chebeni. This one is about effecting uniform procedures for licensing of various activities by counties. It is one way to ensure that counties generate revenue. And also just noting that with 47 county governments, then it has become quite obvious that there is need to streamline the procedure of applying for licenses. A live broadcast brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. My name is Vereso Mwanga. On behalf of the entire crew, I welcome you to follow the proceedings. Good afternoon.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor and blessings as your servants whom you have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Orders 2261A and 232B, I hereby report to the Senate that a petition has been submitted through the Office of the Clerk by former residents of Dundori Forest, Bahati Sub-County, Nakuru County. As you are aware, Article 119(1) of the Constitution, and I quote, "Every person has a right to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority, including enacting, amending, or repealing any legislation." Honorable Senators, 1, in the petitioner states that A, they had been living in Dundori Forest from 1930 until June 1988 when they were forcefully evicted. B, presently the former residents of Dundori Forest are scattered all over Narok County, and that for most of them, their only source of livelihood is serving as casual laborers due to lack of land to cultivate and earn a living. C, in 1994, the government excised part of the forest for the resettlement of evictees, but however, other people who are not on record evictees were the beneficiaries. And D, the evictees have had the matter addressed by various bodies, all whom have given unsatisfactory responses to their plight. The petitioners therefore pray that the Senate intervenes on their behalf to have the matter expeditiously addressed so as to ensure that the evictees are allocated land. Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 231, I shall now allow comments, observations, or clarifications in relation to the petition for not more than 30 minutes. Thank you. Senator Bshiro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this petition that has come through your office. Mr. Speaker, Kenyans are suffering. I sit on the Lands Committee, Mr. Speaker, and a lot of our communities that have been evicted from some of these protected areas were taken there during colonial times. And when they were taken there, it was so that then they start planting what was then considered exotic forests and to pave way for some of the developments in the Kenyan highlands. And so they didn't go there voluntarily, or they did not actually, as what is right now, we're made to believe that they have invaded forests. At no point have these Kenyans invaded any forests. They were taken there as casual laborers, some of them that date back all the way to the colonial times, so that they may then put exotic forests to facilitate some of the developments that were happening in the Kenyan highlands. After that, Mr. Speaker, even though they went there, they were paid they were told to cultivate the land and to then use that land to feed their families. So the land in which they are today, some of them that were there at the time before they were evicted, were actually given land because they were casual laborers, but they were not being paid. They were not receiving any form of payment from those forests. And so they know nothing else. That is all they had. And they're now third generation since the colonial times. And then all of a sudden, one day, they have been evicted. Our constitution is very clear on how evictions should happen, even when development is considered. But what we are seeing now is really illegal. And really, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that you have brought this through your office, is that what some of the ways in which people have been evicted from these forests, while I myself am a conservationist, I'm all for conservation of nature, and I'm all conservation of community of forests, but communities that did not even go there willingly are being thrown out in the most humane of manners. And the duty bearer in this case is the state, and as this Senate, we need to look at these issues of historical injustice and historical abuse of rights of our people, which has happened over and over again. It's not just in Dundori Forest, it's happened in a lot of these forests. And the sad thing is that these people, some of them are very old, they had nowhere else to go. They were not even allowed to harvest the last crop that they had tilled on those lands. And really, it's a sad state of affair if a country does not really uphold the rights of its people to have a decent abode, whether or not they are squatters. Mr. Speaker, since some of them, actually, I was told in our committee, were taken there in the early 40s and early 50s, and now they're very old people, and in their old age have been thrown out. And when the compensation was being given, other people that were not part of that whole arrangement were given the land. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we as this Senate need to look at what is happening, because left, right, and center, our communities are being disenfranchised. Their only livelihoods have been taken away from them, and they are now destitute. they live from hand to mouth, they are old, they cannot fend for themselves, and we as this committee, and I know that our committee chair, Senator Githiomi, is very passionate about ensuring that the rights of our citizens are upheld, and I look forward to really looking at these issues. But these issues are becoming very many. Just in the last quarter alone, in this last session, we handled, really, I can't even count, more than 30 petitions, and then therefore I think something we need to look at this more holistically, because then what is happening is not acceptable. We need to really look at this, and I've said this before. The communities who have their own land, what is happening is that land is being gazetted, even community forests are being gazetted, and they're being made into public land. A case in point, in my own county, where our land is communal, we have, just through wanton gazettement, without any consideration of the communities and all their livelihoods, people are being disenfranchised. We see this everywhere, but especially the cases of where this historical injustices is unacceptable, we need to really look at the whole issue of land. We are finding that gazettements and throwing out of people, and conversion of land from private to public and back to private again, or this whole conversion issue is becoming a big problem, and it's not on for anybody to just use a gazette notice to grab land from communities, or to just throw them out in the name of development or in the name of conservation. We are all for conservation. We are conservationists, some of us. We want forests conserved, but the rights of the people, especially those that didn't invade, should be looked at, Mr. Speaker. I thank you, and I look forward to justice being served on these people. I thank you.
Senator Wetangula Moses.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to support this petition, but with a bit of caveats. Mr. Speaker, in this country, we have had people who lived in forests as hunters and gatherers. They lived peacefully with forests, protected forests, and they were conservationists, born and bred. Then arrived, Mr. Speaker, the government, and started destroying forests as if we were at war with each other. Forests were excised, land dished out to politically correct people. And Mr. Speaker, you can see the petition is very clear that when the land was excised, it was given to squatters. But no squatter normally gets land. It's the provincial administration people, their relatives, their friends, who get this land and immediately sell it off. And the squatters remain marooned in markets and so on. I'm also happy, Mr. Speaker, that the petitioners are not asking to go back to the forest, because I believe they understand that we need forests. They want alternative land. But sooner or later, this country will run out of this alternative land that everybody asks for. So we have, Mr. Speaker, to find a way of protecting forests, but also protecting the dignity of the people of this country. Because everywhere we go, I've seen it in Bungoma, in Mount Elgon, I've seen it in the Mau, I've seen it all over. The people who destroyed the Mau are not the locals. It's the rich people who came and were allocated huge chunks of land. Some planted tea plantations, others mowed down the forest and sold. Others were doing all manner of things. And then, Mr. Speaker, what the rich people do, he evicts people from his neighborhood and goes and unlawfully settles them in forest land. Says, niachie kambili, takupa ine huko. That's what they do. And you find they have huge tracts of land where there's no question, no issue, no dispute, and they have gone and settled poor people in an area where they live under the risk of eviction every day. And this, the Committee of Lands, Mr. Speaker, must investigate. I want to invite you to look at the issues of the conflict about conservation of forests not only in Dondori, in the Mau, in Mount Elgon, in Mount Kenya, in the Aberdares, everywhere, so that we can protect our forests, but also treat our nationals with dignity and respect, and protect their human rights. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, the government may very well consider that given the dwindling sizes of land and availability of arable land, they should set up townships with amenities, schools, hospitals, security, water, so that these people can be allocated and be assisted even by building them houses, so that they can lead some decent lives and be able to bring up their families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the petition.
Senator Dulo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to support this petition. Mr. Speaker, as my colleagues have said, conserving forests is really very important. But important too is protection of the right of citizens that are living within those areas. Mr. Speaker, over the years, I've seen that members of public are actually evicted from forest, especially in the cases like Ogiek, people like Ndorobos. Mr. Speaker, I think the challenge we have in this country is proper planning, where individuals are actually evicted from those places after having lived there for many years. And again, I remember when I was at the commission, there are some communities who are actually evicted from those lands after they have even put public utilities in place, like schools, like hospitals, in some of the places. And this clearly is because we don't plan for those facilities in time, and also to advise members of public before occupying those areas. Mr. Speaker, I think it's really high time as Kenyans, we should not wake up in a day after people having lived in those areas and tell them, move out of the area. It's really unfair. Where are they going to move to? It's a similar situation in terms of land where people are evicted, having lived there for many years. Like the Isiolo case we have about land, where KDF is evicting people who have lived there over the years. And I have seen, Mr. Speaker, wrong procedures or maybe crude ways of actually acquisition of land, especially community land, is being used in this country, where communities are not involved in terms of acquisition of land. And Mr. Speaker, I think we need to come up with policies where individuals are being protected. And clearly, when they are actually evicted, there must be a solution for them, because you cannot say move and you don't have a solution for them. I would request maybe the relevant committee of the House that is going to handle this matter clearly come up with a solution to the challenges we are facing in terms of eviction in wherever Kenyans have occupied, and also the manner in which eviction is carried out in this country. And I thank you.
Senator Chilayako.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to associate myself with this petition. This petition is a good petition. Mr. Speaker, the government has a duty to protect forests, and the same government has a duty to feed, shelter, and treat people. In fact, governments cannot be there if there are no people, and people cannot be there if there are no forests. What is emerging is that they're trying to create a conflict between the need to have forests and the need to take the people's welfare seriously. I think the committee to which this matter will be referred to must come up with a way forward. We must have forests and we must shelter people. That is not negotiable. The fact that we have forests does not mean that we disregard our people, because there is no nation without people. And people cannot live in any nation without forests. So this is a multi-task that the government must perform effectively to be able to have a sustainable society. And I urge the committee to think outside the box and ensure that forests are there, and the people are also there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Susan Kika.
Thank you, Hon Speaker, and I also rise to support this petition. It actually comes from this Dodori forest is in Nakuru County. And really, as my colleagues have stated here, we do have an issue across the country when it comes to what we all know to be the very, very critical and important function of conserving our forests across the board. But also as well as taking care of our citizens and making sure that their human rights are not violated when we want to conserve the forests. So as a government, there must really be a balance between the conservation, but also making sure that we are not just evicting people left, right, and center without a solution. Most of these people, as has been stated by many colleagues who've spoken before me, most of these people have been in these forests for many, many, many years. We've seen a lot to do with Mao and other areas, and of this you've read in the petition, Mr. Speaker, Hon Speaker, that these people have been in that forest since over 30 years actually. So when one morning they are just evicted from the forest, then it begs the question of really, what are they supposed to do? Where should they go? And most of these people who live in these forests are probably not don't have the resources to wake up and go build a life immediately after they are evicted and carry on a normal life. So we must find a way to either resettle them, and also understanding that we are running out of land as well. So that we must think outside the box so that there is a way where we can protect the people, but also conserve the forests. So as the relevant committee of the House takes over the petition, I'm hopeful to hear them come up with a solution, or guide at least, so that, because I'm sure today we're talking about Dondori, but it's really an issue that affects many, many areas of this country. So that we have a solution going forward, hopefully, so that the people's rights, their human rights, as well as the forest covers in this country, the conservation of the forests happen properly. Thank you, Hon Speaker.
Senator Musuruve.
Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to add my voice. And I want to thank the petitioners for coming up with this petition, Mr. Speaker, because yes, forests need to be safeguarded, protected, and the citizens also need security as stipulated in our Constitution, Article 43. But, Mr. Speaker, it needs to be a balancing act. The government needs to ensure that in as much as the forests are being protected, then this act does not, stress the citizens unduly. Mr. Speaker, these people have lived in the forests for so many years, from one generation to another, and I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, some of the children in these families have not known any other home. So there's need, Mr. Speaker, for actually the government to come up with an alternative, so that even when they're settled, even when they're doing this act, it becomes commendable because they'll have settled people, Mr. Speaker. We do not want a situation where people are actually taken to the streets because of this act, taken out of the society, so that we end up having street families, we end up having people who are frustrated. Mr. Speaker, the government has a responsibility of ensuring that it provides security for the family and even for people who are vulnerable and are not able to give protection to their own families. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this petition, and I hope that it will really be taken with a lot of seriousness, so that we are able to serve our people, the people that we are actually employed to lead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Farhia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, environment is very important. And because of lack of protection of environment, we are having consistent floods,
And we are also having consistent droughts that are very close to each other. So it is important that we protect our environment. However, Mr. Speaker, in this country, there are certain people who sell land to vulnerable people who are annoying buying this land sometimes. And Mr. Speaker, in most cases, some of these people use their retirement money to buy this property and this land where they do their farming and everything else. And Mr. Speaker, when these people are evicted, there is no consequences for the person who evicted these people. Mr. Speaker, it is high time that this government deals with the people who are making other people vulnerable by dealing with them. And then, Mr. Speaker, like the petitioner mentioned, the land was given for people to be resettled, but the right people were not settled. Mr. Speaker, there is need to be for consequences for the ones who settled there and those who settled them, because that was not their right, and they all know that is not their right. So they are settling on other people's land. Mr. Speaker, there is a need for serious discussion on these issues, because all these evictions happens and we are taking people back to poverty, below the poverty line. And as long as many people are poor, and as long as the economy, how do you expect the economy of this country to develop? And for us to become a middle income country, when all you do is make people more destitute. Mr. Speaker, in this country, to be poor is a crime, because nobody protects the interests of the poor in this country. Because if this was happening to somebody who was someone of means, then, Mr. Speaker, that would never have happened to them. So, Mr. Speaker, it is high time that we protect people, that we stop making people fall below the poverty line, and we protect people's lives and their livelihood. That is the only way we can protect our citizens against inequality. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Langat Christopher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for also allowing me this chance to support this particular very important petition from the people of Dondori, Nakuru County. I'm wondering so loudly, Mr. Speaker, that somehow currently the government is at war with its citizens. There are a lot of wrong perception, Mr. Speaker, that is going round, very wrong and going round in our country. There is a strong perception always that these people who are normally found in the forest are simply criminals who have sold their land and decided to live in government or gazetted forest. And I want to say, more often than not, this perception is wrong, Mr. Speaker. Then the government has been acting in a very inhuman way. Like these people from Dudori, they have been removed with a notice of only maybe 2 weeks. And there they are now on the road, they are landless, their property destroyed, and so forth. We are very much in agreement, all of us, that environment must be conserved, Mr. Speaker. However, I tend to think that the approach that the government is using currently, they have brought up the provincial administration to act seriously and in a very wrong way to its citizens. So I want to say, Mr. Speaker, to settle this matter once and for all, the government has to conduct an effective study or maybe conduct a research to establish exactly where were these people before they went to the Mau forest. Some theories have been going around that most of these people, initially their ancestral land was taken by the colonialists. And when the colonialists, Mr. Speaker, left, those who were well connected during the time of independence took their ancestral land. And they were left with temporary measures to stay in the forest. And now that the conservation measures are becoming strict in all over the world, the government, instead of trying to understand the origin of circumstances that led these people to live in the forest, they just go around evicting them and making them landless. There were some times that the government tried so much, Mr. Speaker, to settle some people. But if we go and actually dig properly, the people who are compensated, Mr. Speaker, were also wrong people. So the actual people who are suffering, the actual people who are supposed to be compensated are the ones suffering in the various parts of this country, in the cassetted forest. So I would like to urge the committee that will take responsibility of this particular petition, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that they establish the root cause of the reasons why these people are living in this particular cassetted forest, and go even further to establish their original or their ancestral lands, so that those people who took their ancestral land may be taken away by the government and these people be resettled once and for all, Mr. Speaker. I support this particular statement. Thank you.
The time is up, but I'll give 2 minutes to Senator Naomi Wako.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir, for allowing me to add my voice to this very, very important petition. I stand to support this petition on forceful eviction on Dundori Forest former residents. Mr. Speaker, even when you read the statement, forceful eviction means that these people have been pushed, and they have been pushed by the government. They have been there for the last 30 years. We push them without giving them any alternative. And Mr. Speaker, we know very well that many families have suffered in the past. We have interfered with the education of the young people through forceful eviction. And it is high time for us to come up with policies that can really guide our nation so that we don't, mistreat our people. Mr. Speaker, I have only 2 minutes, and so I will only say that in the past, we have mistreated, mishandled our own citizens, and it is our responsibility to protect the interest of every citizen. The rich always protect themselves with the wealth they have through their money, but the poor have no one to protect them and their interest. We have always mistreated them and made them even more poorer. Mr. Speaker, much has been said through other senators, and mine is just to say that I fully support this petition and stand with the people who are suffering so that we can give them their right. And so, Mr. Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Okay, Senator Falhada, had not, you are not showing here, but let me give you 2 minutes so that we conclude on the petition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support this petition. And Mr. Speaker, this kind of a process needs an holistic approach. You just don't need to come out of the blues and start evicting people. And Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure the government and the ministry concerned should have a process and procedure to follow when evicting people. Mr. Speaker, when these people who have been living this land for such a long years and been evicted, they should be given a land or a place where they should call home and should be a registered one, because any minute they can be evicted again. And before they go there, because they are very vulnerable people involved, there must be a procedure and process to follow, because this thing needs a holistic approach. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, we are preparing to rearrange the order paper, but Senator Ephraim Maina, as a whip, make sure that we have numbers. 2 minutes, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me this chance. I support the petition because when people should not just be dislocated from where they have been living without consideration to their welfare. But Mr. Speaker, I want to say that if this petition is going to look at this matter, let it look at this matter wholesome. Mr. Speaker, we have in this country a situation in other parts of the country. For example, around the Mount Kenya area, Mr. Speaker, there used to be a very elaborate, well-planned Chaba system. People who are actually making a living out of the forest and planting trees, Mr. Speaker. And they had gone to the extent of where they were living, established secondary schools, dispensaries, and all infrastructure. And one day, and this happened around 1989, the government sent forces that forcibly removed them and destroyed everything they had, and they were dumped on the edge of the forest in some small parts of the road. And Mr. Speaker, these people are all allowed in Mount Kenya, they are Badea forest, and I believe elsewhere in the country. Therefore, let us look at this matter and come up with a foolproof situation which caters for everybody, especially those people. In my area, we had people living in a place called Hombe, which had every infrastructure, and they were inhumanly removed and dumped on into nowhere, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, if this matter is going to be looked, let it be looked through the Ministry of Environment and the Forestry Department, and I would urge them to go back and reintroduce the old Chaba system.
Okay, Senator Nderitu, I can see you are the only one remaining. So I give you 2 minutes.
Asante sana Speaker kunipa fursa hii. Naunga mkono mswada huu, na ni jambo limekuwa la kawaida kwa watu kutimuliwa bila kufuata mikakati mizuri. Unapata ukitembea sehemu za nchi hii, ukienda mlimani, ukienda sehemu ya Marmanet watu wanafukuzwa, ukienda sehemu za Sorio watu wamefukuzwa wamepelekwa huko, lakini unapata hakuna mashule, hakuna hospitali, watu wanaishi maisha ya ufukara, na ni aibu kwa kuwa serikali yenyewe badala iwe na mikakati inaweka vizuri. Kabla hujafukuza mtu yeyote, kwanza shamba inatafutwa mahali wale watu watakapopelekwa. Baada ya hiyo wanaondolewa wakizingatia kanuni za kibinadamu badala ya kuwafurusha watu ili hali wao ni kama wanyama. Na serikali yoyote inapotengenezwa, jukumu yake kubwa ni kutunza, kulinda mali pamoja na uhai wa binadamu. Lakini serikali inapokuwa kazi yake na jukumu yake ni kuwafurusha watu kiholela, inaonekana ni kana kwamba hawana faida yoyote na wananchi. Kwa hivyo ningeomba ya kwamba kamati itakayopewa jukumu hiyo wazingatie na waambie maafisa wanaohusika wafuatilie mikakati ambayo itakuwa inazingatia watu wanapewa manufaa wanapokuwa, kama ni kufukuzwa, wawe wakiulizwa na wanapelekwa mahali ambako wanafaa. Asante Bwana Speaker.
Okay, honorable senators, pursuant to Standing Order 2321, the petition is required to be committed to the relevant standing committee, in this case the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources. In terms of Standing Order 2322, the committee is required in not more than 60 calendar days from the time of reading the prayer to respond to the petitioners by way of report addressed to the petitioner and laid on the table of the Senate. I thank you. Senator Faki, your petition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 232-1 to present a petition by residents of Ganjoni, Mombasa County concerning harmful effects resulting from the loading and offloading of iron ore. Mr. Speaker, sir, the residents of Ganjoni, Mombasa draw the attention of the Senate to the following: that iron ore owned by Messrs. Africa Ports Terminals Limited is being stored in an open field at Komako near the port of Mombasa. That the loading and offloading of iron ore during the day and night result in noise pollution, which inconveniences residents in the Ganjoni area. Number B, that the residents of Ganjoni area are forced to inhale hazardous dust particles from the iron ore during the loading and offloading exercise at Komako, resulting in cases of respiratory health problems. Number C, that the residents petition NEMA, where a meeting was held and the following remedies and measures were agreed upon, that Comarco will strictly adhere to the conditions of the license operations timelines from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. during the day, that Comarco will sprinkle water on the yard and load trucks every 30 minutes to minimize dust from billowing into the residential areas. Number 3, that operations at the yard will stop by September 30th to allow for construction of proper shade before the next consignment. Number 4, iron ore samples to be submitted to the government chemist for testing to ascertain the residual health effects to the residents. And 5, that our efforts to have the matter resolved by the relevant authorities have failed as Comarco has ignored the agreement. Mr. Speaker, sir, the petitioners therefore pray that the Senate do investigate the matter with a view to having the operations at the yard stopped until the terms of the agreement between NEMA and the residents at Comarco are met, and 2, make appropriate recommendations on the matter. Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank you.
Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order number 231, I shall now allow comments, observations, or clarifications in relation to the petition for not more than 30 minutes. Okay, Honorable Senators, I don't see any interest. Pursuant to Standing Order. Oh, Senator Cherargei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To just make a quick observation, I want to support the petition by the Senator of Mombasa, Senator Faki Mohammed. The issues of environment are very critical, and these are challenges that we normally face, and I hope the committee, especially lands and environment, should be able to tell us, because, Mr. Speaker, this issue of giving projects or investors, I think we have prioritized investors' interest over the citizens' interest in this country, Mr. Speaker. Because you find when such a construction is ongoing, they don't consider, you find what about National Environment Management Authority, NEMA, are doing. What about the agencies that gave out approval, Mr. Speaker, sir? I thought this country has approval agencies that before anything is given approval, Mr. Speaker, they should be standard and procedure, Mr. Speaker. Even when you look at some of the mega projects that we are undertaking as a country, we have prioritized the interests of other specific and other interests more than the people's interests. Because if the people of Mombasa cannot live in a peace, quiet, and friendly environment that is not hazardous to their health, Mr. Speaker, then it's very unfortunate. And even construction of roads, Mr. Speaker, when you are driving through Limuru, all the way to Kinungi, all the way to the Southern Bypass, Mr. Speaker, the contractor has not even constructed exit lanes. And yet we are wasting money. The environment is being destroyed. There is a lot of, now there is a lot of blockage because of excess of water. There is a lot of fumes that comes because there is always heavy traffic because of such. And I think, Mr. Speaker, what the people of Mombasa County are undergoing is so sad. And we hope, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, that the relevant agencies, what is happening with NEMA that give us approvals? What is happening to the ministry, the parent ministry that is giving out approvals? What is happening to agencies that they are supposed to give out necessary approvals before such a project is being undertaken? And I think, Mr. Speaker, it has come a time that the agencies should prioritize the interest of Kenyans over their own partisan and selfish and unguarded interests that will, at the long run, Mr. Speaker, will exploit the interests and the lives of many Kenyans, especially in Mombasa. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and support the petition by Senator Mohammed Faki from Mombasa County.
Okay, Senator Moses Kajwang, and then we'll take a vote. Are we ready?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to add my voice to this petition by residents of Ganjoni, Mombasa County, on the loading and unloading of iron ore and the health hazards that this poses to the residents. Mr. Speaker, by the time the residents of Ganjoni have opted to come to the Senate through this petition, it means that all the other institutions that have been mandated to look into these issues have failed. It means that the National Environmental Management Authority has failed. It means that the county commissioner in this region has failed. It means that the police has failed to enforce the resolutions that was agreed on between the residents and NEMA. Mr. Speaker, this petition affirms the confidence that the public has in the Senate. They would have opted to take this petition to the county assembly, they didn't. They would have opted to take it to the National Assembly, they didn't. Because they believe it is in the Senate that they will get justice, and it is in the Senate where we'll make recommendations that will put to an end this murder through environmental hazards that the people of Ganjoni face. Mr. Speaker, I finally want to appeal to the committee that will be dealing with this to go beyond the standard remedies that we have of replying the petitioners. I hope that the committee will also make very firm recommendations to the various organs and institutions that are mandated to deal with these issues that the petitioners are brought before the Senate. Because typically we reply to the petitioners and that becomes the end of the matter. Mr. Speaker, I will support this, and I hope that the people of Ganjoni will get justice through the Senate.
Okay, Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order number 2321, the petition is required to be committed to the relevant standing committee for consideration. In this case, I direct that the petition be committed to the Standing Committee on Land, Environment, and Natural Resources. The committee is required in not more than 60 days, calendar days, from the time of reading the prayer to submit a response to the petitioner by way of a report to the petitioner and laid on the table of the Senate, pursuant to Standing Order 2322. I thank you. Honorable Senators, I'll defer the remaining petitions in order that we go to, because of the urgency of some matters that need to be dealt with today, go to order number 5. Read out the order.
Order number 5, papers.
We are now using a supplementary order, paper. Senator Susan Kihika.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following report on the table of the Senate today, Thursday, 5th December 2019. Report on the seminar on advancing gender equality in Kenya, held in Naivasha, Kenya from 15th to 17th November 2018. Thank you.
Senate Chair Finance.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following report on the table of the Senate today, Thursday, 5th December 2019. The report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the stoppage of transfer of funds to county governments laid on the table of the Senate on Tuesday, 5th December 2019.
Chair, Standing Committee on Energy.
Oh, it's on. Oh, you are seeing better than me. It's meant for you. I know. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following report on the table of the Senate today, Thursday, 5th December 2019. The report is on oil spillage at Kiboko area in Makueni County, and the implementation status and the measures put in place to mitigate the situation after the oil spillage at the Kiboko area in Makueni County, which Senator Mutura should be happy that his work has come to an end. Thank you.
Chairman, devolution.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, Thursday, 5th December 2019. report of Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on the delayed handover of Lake Basin Mall in Kisumu County. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chair Finance.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the stoppage of transfer of funds to county governments laid on the table of the Senate today, Thursday, 5th December 2019.
Okay, Honorable Senators, I wish to rearrange the order paper and direct that we move to order number 16. Read out the order. Yeah, on the supplementary order paper.
Order number 16, motion, report on stoppage of transfer of funds to county governments.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move the following motion, that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the stoppage of transfer of funds to county governments laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, 5th December 2019. Mr. Speaker, honorable senators, we recall that by a letter of 25th November 2019, the National Treasury and Planning forwarded, pursuant to Section 97(2) of the Public Finance Management Act, the National Treasury Circular number 2019, reference IGFR pending bills 01A24 dated 19th November 2019 to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the letter, the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury was requesting for approval of Parliament for the stoppage of transfers to counties, and so far as equitable share to counties are concerned, for 15 counties. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Cabinet Secretary indicated that no additional grants will also be released to the aforementioned county governments, those are the 15 governments, for the financial year 2019-20, until and unless amicable settlement of the matter is arrived at. The matter in question is pending bills. Mr. Speaker, sir, according to the National Treasury, that these counties, which I'm going to name, had made no efforts to clear a stock of eligible pending bills between 1st July 2019 and end of October 2019, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, as a result of the letter that came from the Cabinet Secretary of National Treasury, and in accordance with that Article 225 of the Constitution and Sections 96, 97, and 94 of the Public Finance Management Act, my committee, the Committee of Finance and Budget, invited the Control of Budget. In fact, first of all, what I want to mention is the counties that are mentioned. There are 15 counties: the County of Narok, the County of Machakos, Nairobi County City, Vihiga, Isiolo, Tana River, Migori, Tharaka Nithi, Bomet, Kirinyaga, Nandi, Mombasa, Kiambu, Garissa, and Baringo. So, Speaker, sir, the law requires that the Cabinet Secretary can actually initiate a process for stoppage of funds, but before that is actually agreed, a report must be received from the Control of Budget in accordance with Section 97(3) of Public Finance Management Act, and that also the entities that are mentioned must appear before Parliament for them to defend themselves. So, Speaker, sir, my committee did then invite the Control of Budget to give a report as required by law. The report, of course, of the control of budget, according to the law, is to find out whether, by failing to settle the pending bills, the concerned counties were in serious material breach or persistent material breach. Secondly, whether the county governments had made any significant efforts to clear the pending bills, and whether sufficient measures have been put in place to mitigate the issues of pending bills. It also lays, the investigation plan also is supposed to come up with a plan, the documents reviewed and referred to, as well as the methodology adopted. So Speaker, sir, we did meet the controller of budgets team, and in fact, they took us through the whole process. We look at the pending bill issue. The investigation report was forwarded to Parliament as required, the Senate being one House of Parliament. I'm sure also the other House of Parliament received the report. So the report referred us to the issues before the controller of budget and the issues between all of us, the Treasury and ourselves. In fact, you recall that at the end of June 2018, pending bills were recorded as to be 108 billion shillings, but then an audit was carried out by Auditor General, and according to the reports that actually sent to us by the controller of budget, it shows that the counties that are here, the 15 counties, first of all, Baringo, by the time we met the controller of budget, have already cleared their bill, and so Baringo is not among the 15 anymore. So, Speaker, sir, efforts, of course, for the report, which actually is given to us by the controller budget, is annexed to the report. So it's part of the report. I'm sure, I hope that the report is being circulated to the members. The members. So, Speaker, sir, we also did invite the Cabinet Secretary, and of course he took us through all the pending bill issues. What are the eligible pending bills as per the Auditor General? What are the ineligible ones? What has been paid so far, and what is outstanding? So, Speaker, as of 30th November 2019. So, Speaker, sir, we, as a committee, of course, then invited the 15 counties, county government, their governors to appear before us. And in fact, this meeting took place yesterday at KICC, and the turnout was very commendable. Quite a number of governors came, and in fact, then they gave us their position on what is being done in terms of paying, the pending bills. Mr. Speaker, sir, one thing is, because the timelines are very tight, once the minister issued a notice of intention to stop funds, within 14 days, we were supposed to get a report from the controller budget. 14 days lapsed on the 3rd, so within time, we were able to get that. And thereafter, within 30 days, we are supposed to make a decision whether to approve or disapprove the decision of the Cabinet Secretary. So, Speaker, sir, the committee requested, of course, for the report, as I said, and all the requirements in terms of meeting the constitutional requirement and also the statute requirement were undertaken. So, Speaker, sir, after meeting the county governments and also meeting, of course, the National Treasury and the Controller Budget, we have noted there was a clear demonstration by some counties that they had paid amounts exceeding 51% of the pending bills that actually was determined and found eligible by the Controller and Auditor General. That they had established internal verification mechanisms to verify the ineligible bills. Pending bills have been paid after the report of the Auditor General was released between July 2019 and 30th November 2019. So, Speaker, sir, there are a few disputes here and there as the figures, because the figure which was issued by the Controller Budget in terms of being eligible, of course, pending bills, some counties are disputing it, but by far and large, they have acknowledged that they have actually had a pending bill and payment is being done. So, Speaker, sir, other counties submitted the request made to the Controller Budget to settle the bills. In fact, they have been discussion has started between the county governments and the National Treasury and the Controller Budget in how they want to settle the bill. Our discussion with the county governors yesterday was, what is the outstanding pending bill? What have they paid so far? How do they want to pay the others? So, in fact, from the discussion we had yesterday, we found that significant progress being made. From the submissions from the National Treasury, the control of budget and the affected counties, the committee made several observations as indicated below. That pursuant to Article 2251 of the Constitution and Section 96(1) of the Public Finance Management Act, the Cabinet Secretary was within his powers to stop the transfer of funds to county governments where the Cabinet Secretary finds the country government entity to be in serious or persistent material breach of the obligations or financial commitments. The Speaker, sir, that the power to stop the transfer of funds to a county government was tempered by several provisions of the Constitution and the PFM Act. The Speaker, sir, some counties experienced a huge discrepancy between the pending bills and bills that was received at the handing over between the two governments, the report of the county pending bills verification committee, and the audit verification by the Comptroller and Auditor General. Mr. Speaker, sir, from these observations, in fact, in the report we have detailed for each of the counties, all the 15 counties, minus of course Baringo, what they have done so far. We have seen that substantial progress has been made in terms of paying that, and plans have been put also in place for the payments of the remaining bills. So, Speaker, sir, another issue, of course, is that they have to require to budget for it, and in fact, they have to now do a lot of supplementary budget to take that. So, Speaker, sir, from these observations, the committee recommends to the House as follows, to the Senate as follows, that the county governments, having made substantial progress towards settling of the pending bills, the committee recommends that the House does not approve the decision of the Cabinet Secretary and National Treasury to stop the transfer of funds to the listed 15 counties. Mr. Speaker, sir, B, the Control of Budget and National Treasury should submit to the Senate. Submit to the Senate a report detailing the status of payment of pending bills and reconcile amounts of pending bills of all the counties by 5th March 2019, 3 months from now. We need now a reconcile amount, because what's happening is there's a lot of discrepancy between the figures quoted by Controller of Budget, Auditor General, and also the counties. Of course, payment is being done. Mr. Speaker, sir, National Treasury to review the IFMIS system to provide the aging of creditors. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Public Finance Management Act 2012 be amended to provide for payment on a first-in, first-out basis. This will ensure compliance with various accounting standards which can treat debt payment as a first charge on revenue. Mr. Speaker, sir, National Treasury and county governments to enhance technical capacity in budgeting and accounting in the county treasury to ensure that adherence with the principles of finance and standard charts of accounts. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Public Finance Management Act 2012 be amended to ensure payments are made on time by introducing a prompt payment system where if a valid invoice is not paid within a certain time, it automatically attracts interest. These provisions of the recommendation we are making of PMAC, of course, as a committee, we are glad to initiate. So, Speaker, sir, it's imperative to note that Article 225(b) of the Constitution provides that the decision to stop the transfer of funds may be enforced immediately, but will lapse retrospectively unless within 30 days after the date of the decision, Parliament approves it by resolution passed by both houses. As I have noted earlier, the decision of the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury, to stop the transfer of funds was to come into effect on the 1st of December 2019. The Senate is now taking the vote on 5th of December 2019. By law, the decision is in effect. The decision of the Cabinet Secretary by law is in effect. However, without preempting the proceedings of this House, it's important to remember that if this House agrees with the committee and does not approve the decision of the Cabinet Secretary, the disapproval will cause the decision of the Cabinet Secretary to lapse retrospectively, and the CS will be under duty to transfer funds due to counties in accordance with Positive Act, the cash disbursement schedule forthwith. So, Speaker, sir, we have looked at this matter because I think what the Cabinet Secretary has done is actually a good trigger, at least to force county governments to take their obligation seriously, that we have seen progress made after that action, and we are sure we have been shown copies of appropriation bills, supplementary appropriation bills which have been initiated by some counties, And I think by and large, they have done some progress. And as we say, we would like to monitor this so that, by March, we have a report both from Treasury, National Control of Budget, and the counties and see what they have done. In addition, we have actually recommended that counties must work together both at the assembly level and executive level to deal with the issue of pending bills, so that pending bills can be verified and appropriately put in budget. Because if there's no harmony between the assembly and the executive, even budgeting will be difficult. So I think the matter of pending bills, is serious, but I think for the time being, from what you have seen, what you have done, we think it is not right to stop the funds now to the counties because substantial progress has been made, and we thank the Cabinet Secretary for initiating the process, but for now, we disallow the requirement, this request that we approve the stoppage. With those many remarks, I beg to move and ask Senator Watangula to second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to second this motion. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge the House to agree with the committee, as been ably moved by my chairman, the distinguished senator from Mandera. Mr. Speaker, on the onset, we must salute the acting finance minister, Ukur Yatan, for taking an unprecedented decision and move to instill financial management probity in counties. Since devolution started, Mr. Speaker, this is the first time that the Treasury has come down on the counties to threaten and even take legal action to stop remittance of funds because of visiting pain and hardship on wananchi by not paying for goods and services procured. You may recall, Mr. Speaker, that in the last parliament, and those who are here like Senator Rem can remember, the senator from Murang'a then moved a motion here. We approved to discontinue disbursement of funds to Murang'a County, but the Treasury just ignored the Senate resolution and continued with business as usual. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, the Senate committee on behalf of the House met the governors. To their credit, Mr. Speaker, all the governors who are involved in these 15 named counties, apart from Mombasa, Baringo, Garissa, and Migori, all the governors stand up. And they gave very cogent explanations, Mr. Speaker, on how they are taking steps to clear the pending bills. We may also recall, Mr. Speaker, that when we received the reports of pending bills last year, we were told that the pending bills were staggering to 120+ billion. But upon verification, these figures dropped to almost half. And I think continuing verification and audit and re-audits will be able to help in giving value for money, the money that we vote here to send to the counties. Mr. Speaker, I want to single out the count of Baringo. When Baringo was flagged out and put on this red list of counties that have not paid their debts in pending bills, within a month or two, Baringo has paid everything. They have no pending bills to date. That, Mr. Speaker, we must salute them. And I want to urge that all counties go in that direction. As we urge the House, Mr. Speaker, one, to appreciate the decision taken by the minister because it has woken up those who have been lax in discharging duties in management of public affairs. Number two, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge the House to agree with the committee that this process having been taken and a wake-up call having been rung, that the House enjoins the committee to continue monitoring the situation, Mr. Speaker. That's why the chairman has said we are not giving a blanket cover and say we don't agree with the minister. we are going to have a progress report in 3 months, where we are going to call the minister to give us his progress report. We are going to call the control of budget to give us his or her progress report. And above all, we are going to call these same governors, the 15 of them who had been flagged out, to come and table a progress report on what they are doing. We found, Mr. Speaker, positively, that some counties like Tharaka-Nithi, Kirinyaga and others have already appropriated funds through supplementaries to clear these pending bills. But the big question, Mr. Speaker, we must keep asking is, if procurements were done 3-4 years ago with attendant budgets according to the provisions of the PFM, services and goods were procured, services were delivered, goods were delivered, where did the money that was in the budget for those procurements go? This is a question we need to ask the Auditor General, Mr. Speaker, and I need to put on record that some of the governors were not quite happy with the manner in which the Auditor General has gone about verifying these bills, because they say they just go to counties, maroon themselves in hotels and call anybody and everybody to come and make presentations. That is not how to audit, Mr. Speaker. If that is what was done, then it is wrong. Mr. Speaker, we also have, of course, some counties where governors are a bit crafty and they inflate the pending bills so that they can be able to pocket the money. We warned them in no uncertain terms, Mr. Speaker, that any such engagement and conduct is criminal, and that if this House finds that a governor has connived with anybody to create fictitious pending bills or inflate pending bills for purposes of self-gain or gains by his cronies or her cronies, this House will not hesitate to report the matter to the relevant agencies that deal with criminal issues in the country. Mr. Speaker, since this is a matter that is straightforward, we want to urge the House to agree with the committee to approve this report, to disallow the minister's move, laudable as it is, that this is a good start, but it's not the right decision to take now, and that as we monitor the situation, we will hopefully, in 3-4 years down the line, tune the counties to a level where pending bills will be a historical fact. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I did tell the minister that what is good for the goose must be good for the gander. Even as they are now pinning down counties to clear their pending bills, the national government must also style up. Mr. Speaker, the national government has pending bills of close to $1 trillion. People have provided goods, services through legal processes, but they never get paid. We want to urge the control of budget, the Minister for Finance, that the broom that they are using to sweep the counties, the steel broom that is bruising the counties, must be the same steel broom they must use to sweep and bruise the national government, so that the levels of financial prudence, the levels of financial probity, and the levels of proper accountability must run through both levels of government, so that the people of Kenya do not suffer because they have gone to banks and taken loans. Some borrow money from Shylocks, some borrow money from all manner of places, some sell their properties with the hope that they will finish the transactions and buy new property, and they end up with bankruptcy. Mr. Speaker, I beg to second.
Okay, Honorable Senators, before I propose the question, no, we shall take a vote because this matter touches on counties. Therefore, those that I will give 2 minutes to talk, please be like a good skirt, long enough to cover the subject matter and short enough to arouse interest. I now propose the question, which is that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the stoppage of transfer of funds to county governments laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, 5th December 2019. Senator Dulo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to support this motion. Mr. Speaker, from onset, let me take this opportunity to join my colleagues in congratulating the current acting CS for finance, because this is the route that the rest of the CSs who are before him should have taken to save this country from the credits that we are facing. Mr. Speaker, I attended yesterday's hearing of the governors appearing before the Finance Committee regarding this particular issue of pending bills. Mr. Speaker, there was an accusation by the governors that the Auditor General's report in terms of pending bills are cooked. But I do sit in Public Accounts Committee where we have been informed that the auditors rely on the reports and the vouchers given to them by county government. So they cannot say that these are figures cooked by the Auditor General. They should be held accountable in terms of what they are doing within their counties. Mr. Speaker, maybe people I'd request if members can consult on a lot on.
Honorable Senator,
Mr. Speaker, I think we have to be realistic, because pending bills has been a conduit of corruption in this country, and we must put a stop to it. Mr. Speaker, you will realize that pending bills are rising from one level to another, because we cannot be having these figures wrong year in, year out. Clearly, when payments are made, there are vouchers, there are commitments, there is budget. We don't understand why these figures keep on changing. And secondly, I agree with the committee that we should not stop the budget in totality. But I think we need to come up with the strategy in terms of the schedules they have committed to the committee. The governors should be held accountable to it, because they can appear before you and say we are going to be committed to this, and they end up not committing themselves. So maybe I would request the committee that all governors should be able to commit themselves, and the committee should hold them accountable in terms of ensuring that those bills are paid as they requested. Secondly, you will find that Kenyans are suffering, Mr. Speaker, as a result of these pending bills. Some of them SMEs, Mr. Speaker, and some of them, they are owed like $1 million and plus. In that way, it means that those who are owed over millions are paid, and the rest who are actually owed like 200,000, 300,000 are not paid, which is unfair. And finally, you will find that those who are politically correct are the ones whose bills are paid, which is unfair, Mr. Speaker. So I would request that, or rather I'll support that the stoppage should be actually suspended for the time being, but the governors should be held accountable in terms of the schedule they submitted to the committee. And finally, the national government should also follow suit. I thank you.
Okay, Senator Moses Kajwang, as we go to consult.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to state that I agree with the CS Treasury's proposal to Parliament to stop release of funds to the counties that were mentioned. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to say that I agree with the Auditor General's report that analyzed pending bills in county governments. Mr. Speaker, when this report came to the House, when it was tabled, it was brought before the Public Accounts and Investments Committee. And we have sat with close to 20 governors trying to understand the numbers that are in that report. We sat with Auditor General Edward Ouko before he left office. We sat with Control of Budget before she left office. Mr. Speaker, I believe county governments are holding on to cash that belongs to people who have done legitimate business with those county governments, and it is time that this House and the Treasury took certain drastic measures to force county governments to pay. Mr. Speaker, stoppage of funds to county governments will not affect salaries. In fact, the PFM, Section 97 says the stoppage cannot exceed 50% of funds that are due to go to the counties. And so, Mr. Speaker, even though the committee today has made a recommendation that has been arrived at after 1 week of consideration, compared to 6 months, or I think this report was tabled in this House in June. Since June, the Public Accounts Committee has been looking into this matter. Mr. Speaker, even had a motion that was put aside to allow the Finance Committee to bring their report. Even if I'm going to support this report, I will still continue in the reports that will come to this House for respective counties, where counties are not paying pending bills out of mischief. I will still continue to recommend that the CS stops transfer of funds to those counties. Mr. Speaker, the amounts of money owed to suppliers by county governments is no small change. The Auditor General talked of 51 billion Kenya shillings. It is time that this House took drastic and firm measures. In the past, we have asked the CS Treasury to stop funds to counties. The CS Treasury in the last parliament refused to stop funds. And this House was up in arms. We said the CS Treasury was insubordinating. I think perhaps you are making this decision. The reason why I'll support this motion is because we don't have a control of budget. The control of budget is supposed to advise Parliament, and we don't have one at the moment. So, Mr. Speaker, I could support this, but in future, my reports will still be recommended.
Senator Kamar. Oh, what, Senator Kihika? Sorry.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 1041, I beg to move that the mover be now called upon to reply.
Okay, honorable senators, I now put the question that the mover be now called upon to reply. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many of account of you say nay, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that, first of all, I must thank the members who have contributed, and also that this is a very serious matter. I agree that we do agree with the Auditor General's report. We do agree with the CS, but we have said that progress has been made. It's not the end of this matter, but in the circumstances we are, in fact, the committee recommends that we disapprove the stoppage for now. But I think the recommendations in the report, people should read, and it's not the end of it. And I do get the sentiments of my colleague from Homa Bay. But with those many remarks, I beg to move.
This is a matter that concerns the counties, and therefore I direct that the bell first be rung for 2 minutes. Order, senators. I now direct that the doors be locked and that the bar be drawn. Go. Order, senators. Order. Order, senators. Order, resume your seats. Resume your seats, Senator Chair, Finance. I now put the question, order, Chairman. Okay, I now put the question, which is that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the stoppage of transfer funds to county governments laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, 5th December 2019. Okay, vote. Yeah. Give me the So we are going to vote for all the three, huh? Plus event. Okay, the manual voters. Okay, honorable senators, these are the results. Order, whip. The ayes have 24, nays have 4, Abstention 0. The ayes have it. Next orders.
Order number 8, motion, adoption of report of sessional committee on county public accounts and investments on accounts of county executives for financial year 2014-2015. Order number 9, motion, adoption of the report of the sessional committee on county public accounts and investments on the financial operations of various county executives for the financial year 2013-2014.
Okay, order members. Order, Senator Narok. Resume your seats. People are now exercising, those who didn't go to the gym. We are starting with order number 8, and I now put the question, which is that the Senate adopts the report of the Sessional Committee on County Public Accounts and Investment on the inquiry into the financial operations of Baringo, Busia, Elgeyo Marakwet, Embu, Kajiado, Kericho, Kilifi, Kirinyaga, Kisii, Kwale, Lamu, Makueni, Marsabit, Meru, Nakuru, Narok, Nyamira, Uasin Gishu, Vihiga, and West Pokot County Executive for financial year 2014-2015, 1st July 2014 to 30th June 2015, laid on the table of the Senate on Wednesday, 9th October 2019. Vote. You can vote. Senator Farhia, approach the Secretariat. Farhia or Falhada? Okay, honorable senators, the results are as follows. The ayes 28, nays 0, abstention 0. The ayes have it. We now move to the next order number 9. And I now put the question, which is that the Senate adopts the report of the Sessional Committee on County Public Accounts and investments on the inquiry into the financial operations of Kiambu, Busia, Kwale, Tana River, Trans Nzoia, Nyandarua, Migori, Kisumu, Samburu, Kericho, Bomet, Bungoma, Garissa, Isiolo, Kitui, Lamu, Makueni, Mandera, Marsabit, Meru, Mombasa, Nyamira, Taita Taveta, Uasin Gishu, Vihiga, and Wajir County Executives for the financial year 2013-2014, 1st July 2013 to 30th June 2014, laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, 21st November 2019. Vote. Vote. Senator Kidiomi, approach the Okay, honorable senators, resume your seats. Senator Narok. These are the results of the vote. Ayes 27, the nays 0, abstention 0. The ayes have it. The next orders.
Order number 10, the Care and Protection of Child Parents Bill, Senate Bills number 11 of 2019, division. Order number 11, the Alternative Dispute Resolution Bill, Senate Bills number 19 of 2019, division. Order number 12, the Kenyan Sign Language Bill, Senate Bills number 15 of 2019, division. Order number 13, the County Licensing Uniform Procedure Bill, Senate Bills number 17 of 2019, division. Order 14, the Registration of Persons Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 14 of 2019, division. Order number 15, the Elections Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 18 of 2019, division.
Okay, now put the question, honorable senators, which is that the Care and Protection of Child Bills, Bill, Senate Bill number 11 of 2019, be now read a second time. Okay, vote, vote, vote. Okay, senators, I will put the next question so that the results will be read together. I now put the question that Alternative Dispute Resolution Bill, Senate Bill number 19 of 2019, be read a second time. Vote. Okay, honorable senators, I put the question that the Kenyan Sign Language Bill, Senate Bill number 15 of 2019, be read a second time. Vote. Vote. Naenda Uganda lini? I'll come on Sunday. Senator Kidiomi approach the Senator Faki approach the Secretariat. Okay, honorable senators, I put the question, which is the County Licensing Uniform Procedure Bill, Senate Bill number 17 of 2019, be read a second time. Okay, vote. Senator Kamar, Senator Faki. Senator Mohamud, approach the clerk. Order, senators. I now put the question that the Registration of Persons Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 14 of 2019, be read a second time. Vote. Senator Wamatangi, approach the clerk. Senator Faki. Okay, lastly, order members. Lastly, I put the question that the Election Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 18 of 2019, be read a second time. Vote, vote, vote. Senator Cherargei. Okay, resume your seats, order. Okay, these are the results for the care and protection of child bills. Ayes 27, nays 0, abstentions 0. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide a framework for the care and protection of child parents within the counties, to provide a framework through which an expectant girl child or a child parent may actualize their right to basic education and at the same time ensure the care of their children and for connected purposes.
Order, these are the results for the Alternative Dispute Resolutions Bill. Ayes 27, nays 0, abstentions 0. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the settlement of certain civil disputes by conciliation, mediation, and traditional dispute resolution mechanisms to set out the guiding principles applicable and for connected purposes.
These are the results for the Kenya Sign Language Bill. Ayes 27, nays 0, abstentions 0. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to give effect to Article 7(3)(b) of the Constitution on the promotion and development of the use of Kenya Sign Language, to give effect to Article 54(1)(d) to provide for the inclusion of sign language in education curriculum, to provide the use of sign language in legal proceedings and for connected purposes.
Okay, order the County Licensing and Uniform Procedure Bill. The ayes 27, the nays 0, abstention 0. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to establish standards uniform procedures for licensing by county governments and for connected purposes.
Bill, Registration of Persons Amendment Bill. Ayes 27, the nays 0, abstentions 0. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Registration of Persons Act and for connected purposes.
The Elections Amendment Bill. Ayes 27, nays 0, abstention 0. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Elections Act to allow the use of a candidate's popular name on a nomination or election ballot paper and for connected purposes.
Honorable Senators, before they open the doors, I have a communication to make. As you are aware, at the rise of the Senate today, Thursday, 5th December 2019, the House will proceed on recess until Tuesday, 11th February 2020, as per the Senate calendar. Honorable Senators, it has been a long and hectic year for all of us, and I'm sure everyone is looking forward to this well-deserved break and enjoying time with family, friends, and constituents during the festive season. This long recess also provides an opportunity for us to reflect on our achievements and challenges throughout the year. This retrospection is ideal in a relaxed environment devoid of the hustle and bustle of our busy legislative schedules and committee operations. Looking at what the Senate has considered during this third session in terms of bills, motions, petitions, and statements, I can say without any fear of contradiction that we have been truthful to the role assigned to us, particularly in Article 96 of the Constitution. Specifically, I cite the sittings of the Senate held in Kitui County from 16th to 20th September 2019 as a major achievement of this session, at which event the Senate rose above its normal call of duty to engage with the residents of Kitui County and provide solutions to their everyday challenges throughout legislative interventions. Thanks to our individual and collective efforts, the counties in particular and the devolved system of government in general are in good place and the future is secure. Honorable Senators, however, looking at the general status of the business of the Senate, the House will require a moment of introspection to plan for the fourth session, bearing in mind that the next session will be the midway point of the term of this Parliament. Towards this end, the Office of the Speaker undertakes to provide a forum in consultation with the House leadership for the Senate to undertake this exercise. Further communication on this matter will be given in the coming weeks. Honorable Senators, in preparation for the next session, the coming recess affords an opportunity for the officers of the Senate to take their annual leave and join their families and friends to celebrate the festive season, as well as reinvigorate and re-energize in preparation for the fourth session in February 2020. Consequently, I direct all meetings of select committees be suspended, as is the tradition, with effect from 13th December 2019 to 31st January 2020. I take this opportunity to thank you for your service, commitment, and dedication in upholding the mandate of this House in this session, and to wish you a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year 2020. I thank you. I now direct that the bars be and the doors open. Okay, other members, we go back to what report? To petitions. To petitions, there was a petition by Chair Labour. Cherargei first, then the roads.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following report on the table of the Senate today, Thursday, 5th, 2019. The report on the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare on its consideration of the petition to the Senate concerning the clearances required by the public bodies on the application for jobs in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, sir, just to make a few comments on this report, the emerging issues, there was a petition that was being given before the committee's recommendation, Mr. Speaker, or I know the change, Madam Speaker, the following committee observations. One, the public, especially students from universities and TVET institutions, do not seem to be aware of the services offered by the institution, civic education and public sensitization service offered by Kenya Revenue Authority, Ethics and Anti-Corruption, Higher Education's Loan Board, Director of Criminal Investigation, and the Central Bank of Kenya need to be scaled up. Secondly, the committee also noted that for school leavers, the school leaving certificate should be enough and should not be required to provide self-declaration form or a tax clearance certificate. Third, there should be an integrated system between the government agencies and the Public Service Commission and Public Service Board, where document verification is shared among institutions upon requests by the agencies. Committee recommendations. 1, investigate the need to have clearance by public service boards scrapped off. The committee notes that the Public Service Commission does not request job applicants for clearance certificates. The commission gets the clearance from the government agencies when it has recruited successful agencies, and therefore, Madam Speaker, there would be no need to again tell the applicants to do yet the Public Service Commission normally does that work. The committee therefore recommends that the county public service boards and the county assemblies, county service boards up the Public Service Commission example as the best practice and source for clearance directly from the government and agencies for successful applicants. Secondly, ensure that all government job applications are done for free. As far as the committee is aware, the government job applications are free of charge and costs are incurred when looking for clearances. And that is why you pay 1,000, Madam Speaker, to get the clearance maybe of DCI or of good conduct. And therefore, that one should be scrapped. Committee first recommendation will automatically implement petitioner's second prayer. Third one, ensure that the government increases efforts to enhance the employment of youth, including doing away with the 16% of value-added tax VAT on the fuel to increase manufacturing in line with the presidential agenda on the Big Four. This requires amendment to the Finance Act. And I think, Madam Speaker, even the BBI committee did recommend that there is a high rate of unemployment in the country, and therefore we should create more opportunities for young people. Fourth, mandate the government. I can see my learned senior, Senator Amos Wako, is agreeing with me, having been one of the authors of the BBI report. Mandate the government to focus on vocational and training, which are in line with Vision 2030 rather than academic degrees. And with the government is already focusing on vocational and technical training by offering scholarship and loans through Higher Education's Loan Board. There are challenges in the uptake of courses, and the committee recommends that Higher Education's Loan Board, together with other educational institutions, conduct an sensitization program that will change the mindset of the youth towards technical skills. Madam Speaker, you know most young people think to make it in life you must have a degree. But we are challenging and commending the government for giving scholarships so that our young people can go to technical, vocational, and be able to have their own skills. Madam Speaker, the radical proposal is we need to reduce the retirement age from 60 to 55 years. This requires a policy shift so that we allow many people to retire at the age of 55 when they're still productive, so that the young people can enter into job market early, Madam Speaker. I know it is not sustainable for the government because they will need a lot of money, a scratcher to send the retiring employees at home, but we are recommending as a committee, Madam Speaker, that we need to look at these issues and ensure that we reduce the retirement age so that it comes down, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the committee met in the petitioners together with the following institutions: the Education's Higher Loan Board, the EACC, the KRA, DCI, Public Service Commission, and Central Bank of Kenya. And therefore, the committee was able to get the following commitments from the institutions named above. Central Bank of Kenya will work towards enabling first-time job seekers to get free initial clearance from the CRB, Credit Reference Bureau. And you know, when you even borrow and default on 20 shillings, 50 shillings, you are being blacklisted by the money lenders through CRB. Second, the DCI. Madam Speaker, and it is very important because you pay 1,000 to get certificate of good conduct. The DCI, Director of Criminal Investigation, is willing to offer the clearance for free once it gets funding from Parliament. So I want to ask my colleagues that let us assist the DCI to get money so that young people, as they look for certificate of good conduct, they don't have to pay 1,000 shillings, which is very costly because they are looking for a job and they don't have money. Thirdly, Madam Speaker, EACC and Higher Education's Loan Board will lower their cost of clearance once they digitize their system from early next year. And therefore, they assured this committee their help, and the EACC have assured that when they have digitized all their documentation, they'll be able to lower their costs. Madam Speaker, the committee, in response to the petitioner's prayers, direct the county public service boards, that is across the 47 counties, to follow the example of Public Service Commission and request for clearance from successful applicants. Madam Speaker, you can imagine looking for certificate of good conduct, looking for ESCC clearance, CRB clearance, and many other clearance before applying a job, yet you are not sure that you will get that job. Yet you have spent your hard-earned 1,000 shillings to get a certificate of good conduct. The County Public Service Board across the 47 county governments should make sure, Madam Speaker, that they operate like the Public Service Commission, such that when I apply for a job, for example, in Kisumu County Government, where you come from, Madam Speaker, I don't need to look for clearances until and unless I'm successful. Then now it will be easy, so that when I'm incurring cost of looking for clearance, it also there is value for money. So you can imagine looking for clearance, yet you are not sure or being shortlisted. The committee also directs the relevant institutions to carry out public sensitization program to enhance citizen awareness. And that is why sometimes even, Madam Speaker, when somebody is looking for a certificate of good conduct, sometimes they don't know even the amount. Some people may end up paying more than 1,000 shillings, 5,000 shillings, intimidation. You remember that people, maybe their fingerprints have been taken. The agencies that award those or give out those certificates might not be. Madam Speaker, I think I want to thank the senators, the Committee of Labor, also led by my chairman, the Senator of Nairobi, Senator Johnson Sakaja, our members for the support, the different agencies that appeared, so that young people, Madam Speaker, will no longer need clearance that they incur cost, yet they are looking for job opportunities, Madam Speaker. And therefore, I want to call upon, as young people of this country, there are so many challenges that face young people. We should try and minimize, because as they even tarmac looking for the opportunities, be it tenders, be it employment, Madam Speaker, we should assist. My final parting shot is I want to call upon the Senate as a house to assist us in this report, and also directing various agencies to zero. When you want to get a certificate of good conduct from DCI, any young person in this country should obtain it free of charge. Higher Education Loan Board, ESCC, CBK through CRB, we need free of charge clearance, Madam Speaker. And I can tell you, if we assist our young people to get this clearance without paying even a shilling, Madam Speaker, it will be grateful. Madam Speaker, I beg to lay the report of the Committee on Clearance Requirement by Public Service Bodies on application for jobs in Kenya. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. We are going to allow a few comments. Senator Gertrude Musurube.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to add my voice to this petition. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that indeed I support this report. I'm a member of the Labour Committee, and I want to say before the floor of this House that we were actually impressed during the time for the petition, because the petitioners indeed came. They were young Kenyan citizens, and even the stakeholders came on board. KRA came on board. The certificate of good conduct, they came on board. EAC help came on board. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that it was a good thing for all these stakeholders to come on board, because the issue of youth unemployment is an issue of great concern in this country. And when you look at the Human Development Index, you find that Kenya is really high. It ranks high in East Africa with regard to youth unemployment. So it is an issue that really concerns us as a nation. And Honorable Speaker, I want to report that there were good thoughts from the stakeholders that came, that they were also concerned that the youths also need to be helped so that they're actually clear. The conversation went on very well. And even in the event of conversation, Honorable Speaker, it also came out even before some members of the committee, they were not aware that HELP even gives loans to TVET students. And when for TVET students, the government gives some money, HELP gives loans, and HELP also gives pocket money.
Just give 1 more minute, or even 2 minutes, it's okay. You have 2 minutes.
As a way, thank you, as a way of giving incentives, you know, to to students, to young people to go for TVET, because at the end of the day, they'll have employment, they'll be self-employed. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that indeed it came out clearly from the stakeholders that they were keen that fresh students, people who are seeking for jobs, young people seeking for jobs, and they're just fresh from college, should not really be obligated to be cleared. I mean, organizations should not be hell-bent that this clearance must be there, because initially we find that these are job seekers, they don't have money, and they have a lot of stress. So there's need to help these youth so that eventually they don't end up losing, failing to get jobs because of clearance for first timers. But later on, when they're going for opportunities or positions that are high on the hierarchy, then it's possible, they must actually produce the clearance. So I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that it was a good petition, and I want to encourage the Senate to really make a follow-up to ensure that the youths are facilitated so that they get the clearance they need in order to get jobs. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support the petition, the report.
Senator Masisa Naomi Shionga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support the petition by Honorable Cherareke. Madam Speaker, I would like to start by saying that Senator Cherareke has brought this petition. It is a really challenge for Kenyans, and indeed it is a challenge that is facing our youth. Madam Speaker, I want to say that clearance required by public bodies on application for jobs in Kenya should be done away, because should be done immediately. Because if you look at the money that these people pay, some of them are not, some of these people who are looking for employment, they have never even tested or they are living under the poverty level. You find that the same people who are being frustrated, when they line up, maybe let's say at the CID headquarters, or at the CID headquarters, maybe they want this certificate of conduct. Many of them even do not have transport. They have trekked their feet just to come and make that queue to acquire this certificate of conduct. And not even to make the frustration what? They do not even have lunch. They do not have even permanent homes where the headquarters are. And yet they are being asked to pay for the money. And to make the matter also worse, I would like to say that clearance on the same should apply even for those young educated youths who are seeking for opportunities to get employed, to do away with experience. Experience is another thing that is frustrating our youth. And you get the old people being recycled to get the employment that these youth are looking for. So we are saying that all the payments that are asked by the government to be paid by these youth should be done away. Experience too should be done away. This is to motivate the youth so that they can come up youth who actually look at their country as a country that is going to foster and take care of them. Madam Speaker, you look at NYS, when the youth are being taken in, they go there for free. In fact, they are paid around 500, I guess, to get there, but the courses they are given, they are free. Why can't the government adopt the same agenda and assist this youth so that we can motivate this generation of ours? Our generation is suffering. We are educating these people, these children. They go even to universities. Some even go abroad. When they come here, they do not have employment just because they have been asked to get money for payment of some certificates that are not even worthy. What are they for? And we are saying that this youth needs even to be encouraged. They need to be given an opportunity. You look at the old people, very old, they are being given 4 jobs in this government. Where are these youth? Where's the hope of this youth in Kenya? I'm talking because I'm a person who is representing people in this republic. And I'm talking as somebody who is working. If I'm given another job, what am I going to do with that job, and yet I have already a job? I am talking on behalf of the youth. And despite the fact that I am a mother to youth, if I educate my child today, and my child is told to give a clearance maybe of maybe good conduct, and that child has never earned even a shilling. Where do that child expect to get? To go back to the same parent who educated this child to bring the money. And I am feeling it. Senator Cherargei, I congratulate you very much, because our youth need to be taken care of, and the old one need to be taken taken off the boat, and we give opportunity to the young who will take care of Kenya and take Kenya to the higher level, because we are old with the old cat getting more jobs and frustrating the youth of Kenya. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I support the petition.
Senator, thank you for such a petition, a very deliberate attempt to support or to talk on behalf of the youth of this country. Senator Milgo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this chance to also support this petition. And I wish to say on the onset that Kenya is a country that has got a large number of unemployed youth. Every year, Madam Speaker, we are churning out graduates from all institutions of training, universities, name them, and we send them to the job market that is not there. Madam Speaker, it is quite a challenge when in this case we have the few jobs advertised. We also have a lot of ropes that these youth have got to pass through, even despite the fact that they may not be assured of getting those particular jobs. Madam Speaker, Kenya is one of the countries that has got well over 40% of unemployed youth. And I think the other time I was saying, actually this country prides itself in actually xeroxing very old people, and in any case, leaving the youth that we have been promising them to work hard in school, because when they are the future leaders. Madam Speaker, recently when we were looking at this petition, we, in this case, were able to invite the KRA people, the CPK, CRP people, and one very interesting statement made by HELP was that part of this fund that they are collecting is that they'll use it again to fund candidates that are going to join the university. When we further went into detail, Madam Speaker, to find out how much was this money, we did realize that it was very little money. It's not even enough to actually fund other candidates in what we are calling a recycling, or rather a revolving fund. And we did advise HELP to go out and look for other sources and avoid actually punishing these students. They even went ahead to inform us that normally those that are required to pay are those that did not even get help. And we asked them why on earth would this youth be forced to go back to help, yet in the first place they did not get any funding there. Madam Speaker, normally these youths are in the villages, and even in most cases, they come to the cities to try and find jobs. These kids do not even find little money even to transport themselves to the institutions to be able to pay this. And I think it is high time that these particular documents are made free. We are glad to say here that the CPK governor promised us that they'll go and look into the issue of actually removing issues of CRP clearance from first-time youths. And in any case, we are looking forward to ensure that if these are the first-timers that have just come out from training institutions, Madam Speaker, they are supposed to be exempted from such payment, because I think in the first place, when we ask for this clearance, help, we go to KRA, we go to CRV. In other words, we are also even scaring our youth away, which they may not even be able to find the jobs in the first place. These are the youth, Madam Speaker, that are already very stressed. We find that in most cases, we normally have our youths even committing suicide out of the fact that they are already frustrated because of the very few jobs that are available. And if these same jobs, we are now asking them to go and clear with the police for good conduct. In any case, I think Huduma number that everybody has been given in our country should be able to gather this information so that on the pressing of our pattern, a youth in this case should be able to be known whether that youth is of good conduct or not. And in any case, we are also asking the government to be able to assist this youth so that first-timers can have these forms made available that is free. And we also want these forms to be decentralized to the extent that in the Utuma centers, in the counties, these youths are able to work there and be able to even get a CRB clearance form. Madam Speaker, if we are not careful about the youths that are already in our country that are unemployed, these are the youths that have a lot of energy. And in any case, if we do not take care of them, even by making even job applications smooth, what happens is that we shall not only stress them, but we shall force them to go into other wrong activities such as radicalization. We have drugs and substance abuse, and then we even also have burglary that this particular youth may engage in. So, Madam Speaker, I think this is one of the most important petitions, and we are saying these petitions should be taken up as a matter of urgency and seriously by CPK, KRA, HELP, as well as CRP to ensure that our youths, in this case, are enabled to be able to apply for jobs in a fairly easy way, and in any case, without these ropes. Because normally, Madam Speaker, even one job that is advertised normally attracts well over 1,000 candidates, and yet maybe that job is only going to take up maybe 1 or 2 candidates. For that matter, it is quite discouraging to know that every year or every time somebody has to pay without being assured that they are going to get a job. Actually, I support this petition, Madam Speaker, and I thank the petitioner for bringing this petition. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. We now move to the next petition by the chairperson of Standing Committee on Roads and Transportation, Senator for Kiambu.
Senator Matangi, Madam Speaker.
Senator Matangi, I know your name.
Thank you.
But you're also the senator for Kiambu.
Yes, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to present the report of the Standing Committee on Roads and Transportation on the petition on the delayed compensation by National Land Commission to landowners affected by the construction of the Eldoret Bypass project in Uasin Gishu, Madam Speaker. This Committee on Roads, Transport and Transportation is established under Standing Order 218.3 of the Standing Orders of the Senate and is mandated to consider all matters relating to transport, roads, public works, construction and maintenance of roads, rails and buildings, and seaports. And in executing its mandate, the committee oversees the Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. Madam Speaker, on the 27th of September 2018, pursuant to the Senate Standing Orders 2261A and number 232B, the Speaker reported to the Senate that persons affected by the construction of the Eldoret Bypass on Eldoret Uasin Gishu County had petitioned the Senate on the delayed compensation by the National Land Commission, NLC, to landowners affected by that bypass. The committee report is on the petition on the delayed compensation by NLC to those landowners as affected by the construction works of that bypass. Madam Speaker, the petitioner submitted their prayers pursuant to Article 37 of the Constitution and 119 of the Constitution and guided by the provisions of the Petition to Parliament Procedure Act and the Senate Standing Orders. Madam Speaker, the summary of the prayers by the petitioners were: A, after presentation to the committee, Madam Speaker, in which this Senate, Madam Speaker, you remember we held our mashinani sittings in Uasin Gishu in Eldoret, and it was during this visit that the Committee on Roads and Transport engaged these petitioners, Madam Speaker. We held several discussions with them. We had sittings. We did a physical visit, Madam Speaker, across the bypass to address the following issues. One, the delayed compensation of the owners of the said parcels of land. Two, unexplained undervaluation of certain parcels of land. The third issue was phased compensation for the compulsorily acquired land. And in the first compensation, Madam Speaker, what National Land Commission was doing was they would choose, sometimes in a skewed way, according to the perception of the landowners, and decide whom to pay and what not to pay. In some cases, the committee found that you would find a neighbor who has been compensated for a parcel of land, yet the next neighbor has not been compensated. And yet across another 1 kilometer from there, you find another few people compensated. And it was the view of the petitioners, Madam Speaker, that there was favorism in deciding who is going to be compensated. There was also the issue of illegal compensation of some individuals, Madam Speaker, who do not possess title deeds, Madam Speaker, which would warrant or validate their compensation. This was largely pronounced in an area where most of those compensated were squatters on land that had been formerly owned by the Kenya Defense Forces and was now in the hands of the county government, but some people had already earned compensation and were paid to the tune, Madam Speaker, of almost 350 million. Yet, there were genuine, bona fide landowners whose land had been taken over by the construction of the bypass, who were yet to receive their payments. There was also an issue, Madam Speaker, that arose on low payments for disturbance allowance to affected landowners. On all these issues, Madam Speaker, we engaged. And by way of reporting to this committee, I would want to highlight, Madam Speaker, that the main issue that we found was not in order, that was not right, was that even in issuance of the document that one would say is the one that would prove that land belonging to a Kenyan has been taken, and that is the document issued by the National Land Commission, some of them were photocopies, Madam Speaker. And some of them were issued in a hotel room in an evening when an officer of National Land Commission announced that he has arrived in town. He's carrying with him the papers that are required to compensate or to, that's the awards, Madam Speaker. And some of them were given photocopies, and they were given in a hotel the following day. The officer returned back to Nairobi with a message that the originals of those documents could not be traced. Madam Speaker, the prayers of the petitioners sought the intervention of the Senate, in particular, the petitioners following the following reliefs. One, to compel the National Land Commission to avail the original award letters in respect of all affected landowners for purposes of authentication, and then two, ensuring that the genuine landowners were compensated promptly. Three, halting of the proposed construction of the Eldoret bypass project until all the affected persons were compensated in full. The fourth prayer was ensuring that no planned compensation of persons unlawfully occupying government land was going to continue. Madam Speaker, on those issues, as I've highlighted, the delayed compensation in all was the main issue. And we held sittings, we had discussions with the affected persons. Madam Speaker, we surveyed, we saw most of the parcels of land that were in question. We engaged the National Land Commission and the petitioners in Eldoret, Madam Speaker. We also further invited all the petitioners, National Land Commission. We invited KENHA, that is the agency under the Ministry of Transport that is mandated to carry out this responsibility of construction of highways. And in the engagement, Madam Speaker, all these issues were thrashed out. Madam Speaker, we had to make determination. And some of the determination we made was one, Madam Speaker, that it is not right for Kenyans' properties to continue to be taken. And Madam Speaker, for purposes of the record of this House, it is not only in Eldoret, but in several of the ongoing government projects right now. We have similar complaints on the construction of the road that starts between Westlands and Limuru town, where people are complaining in most of the urban centers that they have been not only rendered jobless, some of them have been put in serious trouble, Madam Speaker, because buildings they constructed under loans to rent out to tenants have been marked for demolition, and tenants vacated where those buildings still have loans. Small businesses, Madam Speaker, salons, supermarkets, kiosks have been demolished without compensation, Madam Speaker. And in the overall, we decided as a committee that it is important that we not only reprimand but direct, Madam Speaker, that government in future must consider at conceptualization of a construction project. When, for example, Madam Speaker, a Chinese contractor comes here and says they want to bid to build a road from point A to point B, and they're told you may go on and build the road, and they're awarded the contract. For example, Madam Speaker, the cost of constructing the Eldoret bypass is about 15 billion. By the time we went to site, the contractor had been paid almost 40% of 15 billion to proceed with the work. But of surprise, Madam Speaker, is this, that at conceptualization, all construction costs are taken into account, but compensation is not taken into account, such that that person on whose land the road will lie will have to wait until government looks for funds somewhere else. And because, Madam Speaker, we know the kind of problems that we have, sometimes with mobilization of resources by government, you find that either sometimes provincial administration, chiefs, DCs, DCCs are used to go and coerce local people, that you have to allow the contractor to access your land, to start building on that land, and you wait for the compensation. Yet, the people who are building the road, mostly the Chinese, Madam Speaker, have got new trucks, new tractors, people they are paying because they have been paid mobilization fees which equals to 40% of, for example, 15 billion. And so we have directed, Madam Speaker, that in future, conceptualization of such projects must include also the element of compensation, such that if that award is being given under a structured loan, part of that loan should be also inclusive of the amount that will be paid to our local landowners. And Madam Speaker, it is in that respect that we also directed the National Land Commission to treat this matter with urgency. I want to confirm that after that, Madam Speaker, it was confirmed to us that 300 million was paid and a further 400 million was paid. The last amount for this compensation of the people in Eldoret, Madam Speaker, we have been assured it will be paid in the next financial year. I also want to inform the House, Madam Speaker, that upon consultations, we are aware as a committee that the government is negotiating a 20 billion infrastructure bond. We have pursued and persuaded government that part of these funds should be used also to pay compensation. Like I've said, Madam Speaker, people in Kitui, people on the Western Bypass, people on the road that's being built between Wangige and Ruaka, between Westlands and Limuru, are all crying. They have not been paid. And Madam Speaker, we are pursuing that they all be paid as they should, and which is their right as enshrined in our Constitution. On the issue of undervaluation, Madam Speaker, we also, and it is on record in this country, that there has been a lot of collusion with the former officers or commissioners of the National Land Commission. Madam Speaker, sometimes you find those commissioners would approach a landowner, they collude with some of them who are corrupt, they overvalue the property. But on the other hand, in some cases, if you don't play ball, they undervalue your land. And so you find that two neighbors, each with 1 acre of land, one will be compensated at 5 million, another one at 3 million. And there is no justification. It is the same parcel of land, you're in the same locality, you are across the road, but it is because you didn't agree that you have to do a deal with them. And so, Madam Speaker, we ordered that all those compensation awards that have been given must be revised and to follow the not only agreed but proper land rates as applicable within those areas, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on the question of halting the project, most and majority of the petitioners and members of the public that we engaged were in agreement that the project is a good project. It was going to help the area. And halting the project was not going to be necessarily to the advantage of the intended purpose and even to the benefit of the local people. We persuaded, after negotiations, after discussions, that there can be an amicable arrangement whereby, with a guarantee of payment, the project can continue, Madam Speaker, but that is only after payments have been made. On the question of first compensation, Madam Speaker, we agreed that when government is compensating in the event that they don't have enough money to compensate for the entire stretch of the road, that compensation can be faced. Meaning, Madam Speaker, that when that compensation is being done, you can only take up the land up to where government can pay. Because if they take all the land, they will come and value somebody's land at the end of the project, give them a value, for example, of 2 million, and wait for 3 years before they pay. At the end of those 3 years, the value of that land will not be the same 2 million. It will have appreciated, other factors will have affected it, and at that time, government is not paying interest. And so what we directed is take what you can afford to pay. If you deal with that part, pay fully. And then at the next phase of the project, then again pay fully for what you can take. That will make sure that if you took this at this value, by the time you arrive to point B, if the value will have gone up, you pay at that value, Madam Speaker. The key idea being that make sure that people get fairness. On the issue of illegal compensation, that was the last issue, Madam Speaker. Second last issue, Madam Speaker. We also directed that there are two forms of compensation. One, people can be compensated for disturbance. So even if you don't have a title deed, you run a small business within a project, you still qualify to be called a person affected by that project, a PAP. And there was that misconception, Madam Speaker, that hawkers, people who have small businesses to sell fish, mandazi, whatever, should be kicked out, although they have made a livelihood alongside the same corridor. The truth, according to the UN standards, is that people should be compensated according to what they do and they're affected by the project. And so we directed all those people who had earlier been misjudged to be not worthy of compensation should be compensated as per the requirements of the law or the business people. But the landowners, Madam Speaker, should be paid according to what compensation values for land are. And I want to, Madam Speaker, as I finalize, remember that this House passed the land valuation index bill, Madam Speaker. And so the question of when, how much is very clearly addressed by what this House passed. On that issue of disruption of business, Madam Speaker, that is exactly what we agreed as I've enumerated, Madam Speaker. The Committee on Roads, Transport, Madam Speaker, of the Senate has similar petitions, almost 5, that we have not yet been able to, we have finalized, we have discussed, but where people have not been paid. Madam Speaker, it is the same spirit that took us to Kajiado, that took us to Turkana. Madam Speaker, you remember when there were demolitions in Olosirkon, when there were demolitions along the SGR, our committee went there. And Madam Speaker, I'm happy to report that on the issue first that came here about the demolition of a school that was in Olosirkon, when the contractor was blasting, that now is already ongoing, the reconstruction of that school. People were compensated. What I'm saying, Madam Speaker, as I finalize, in the long and short of it is this, that the duty of this House and the committees is to put our foot down to ensure, Madam Speaker, that Kenyans get not only value, but, Madam Speaker, they get fairness, and they're treated rightfully according to the laws of this land. Madam Speaker, I beg to table this report finally.
Thank you, Senator. We are going to allow a few comments from a few members. Senator Professor Margaret Kamar.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to contribute to this. And in contributing, I have not even spoken. What's out of order?
Madam Speaker, I hope you have given.
You are on your feet and looking for a point of order. Both of you cannot be standing at the same time. So, Leader, what is your point of order?
Normally, a table, they are not debated. So I don't know what is happening here.
We are allowed a bit of that because as you can see, this is the last day of for us to be
Anyway,
here,
it's okay.
and time is on our side. I think we are in a position to do what we are doing. Yeah. So, Professor Kamar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for that ruling, because it would be so unfair for the people who are engaged if I don't say anything. And Senate has done a wonderful job. I want to thank the Committee of Transport for such a wonderful petition, handling it very well. Madam Speaker, I do remember that the petitioners actually came to our sitting in Eldoret when we had Senate Mashinani, and this issue was a very hot issue at that time in town. And people were really worried about how they were going to be compensated, because they just saw graders coming in, bulldozers coming in, and roads were being constructed, and the discussions were not done properly for compensation. I want to support the proposals that the committee have said, and briefly say that although 700 million has been paid, that is almost half of the cost of what the claims are. And we'd really like to urge government to move very fast, and through the committee, may ensure that the Lands Commission moves as they have promised to ensure that that is done. Madam Speaker, as the committee has said, we have a lot of compensation issues in this country. In Wasingishu, we still have another compensation issue on the Ilula-Talgate Jalingwa Road, which was opened by the President a few years ago. The compensation issues were again done haphazardly. They were done, I think, only 25% of the people have had their documents passed. I think what the committee have said, which is really very important and we must underline, is the fact that while the government is giving mobilization to the contractor, it should include the compensation aspect. It is good to compensate people at the beginning so that they can get into their businesses. Because currently we are having problems. There are people who left their homes, there are people whose homes were bulldozed and they were given nothing. So they have had to spend their own money to build makeshift structures for themselves, and they have waited for 2 years for compensation. It is therefore with that I truly support the recommendations of the committee that there should be no disturbance of a person before compensation is done. I also support the fact that we need to have both disturbance compensation for those who have just been disturbed as far as their businesses are concerned, because we have seen extension of roads that have removed kiosks, that have moved women who are vendors on roadsides, and people don't get to do anything after that. So, Madam Speaker, thank you for that, and I really support this report, and I hope a very quick process will be done for compensation to be done, and also to consider the other areas, including our Ilula-Jalingwa Road. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, it's good to bring to your attention that on Committee of Petitions, Standing Order number 232, that while a chair of a committee is committing a petition on the floor of the House, he is allowed to make comments. So that is allowed. And at the same time, a few members can also be allowed to make observations in relation to the petition. So that is completely in order. Senator Musuruve.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to make some observation. One, I would like to start by thanking the Committee of Roads for doing a commendable job. And when we look at this petition, actually the petition is very valid, Honorable Speaker, because these people are talking about issue of delay of compensation. When it comes to compensation, compensation should be something that should be immediate. It should not be delayed so that people can organize themselves, Honorable Speaker, because by the time even this land is being taken, it takes whole families unawares. And for them to even psychologically heal and adjust to the new lifestyle of having lost their land, then it has to be very immediate. And I have to say also, the committee talked about, the petitioners talked about also issue of being underpaid in terms of the land. The compensation should factor in the current market value of the land, Honorable Speaker, because these people have land. Some of them might have taken loans, in order to buy the land, and probably they're paying for these loans over a period of time, probably 10 years, 5 years. So there's need to factor in the current market rate so that families are not disadvantaged. The loanees are also not disadvantaged. And also, Honorable Speaker, there's need also for the government to have a plan. As in, when they want to take land from someone, there should be a plan so that even if they're taking land from a community, the community needs to go through public participation. They need to be informed that this land needs to be taken away for the purpose of roads, because the roads will benefit the communities. So the communities need to be reassured that the land is being taken away so that it advantages them, so that they're able to access the road, so that they're able to develop the area and all that. So that when there's a public participation, the people will willingly give the land, and they'll also be willingly want to stay in different areas. So there's need for public participation. There's need also for compensation that is valuable. There's need to involve people in whatever is happening, because land is a factor of production, and being a factor of production, it is highly valued, and many families, especially in rural Kenya, depend on land in terms of agriculture and all that. So I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that I support this petition, and I hope that the committee is going to work with speed and ensure that these people get their rightful compensation at the market value. And also, even when they're getting the compensation, Honorable Speaker, it should not be in terms of favorism. There should be a planned way of compensating people impartially. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support.
That brings us to the end of those observations. Next order.
Order number 7, statements.
We will give the leader of majority to issue statement on the business of the Senate for the week coming, commencing to 11th of February, that is 2020.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to the Senate calendar approved on the 14th February 2019, the House will be proceeding on recess at the rise of the House today, Thursday 5th December 2019, until Monday 10th February 2019. Madam Speaker, with respect to the business of the Senate, allow me to give a summary of the same for the third session. Bills. A total of 71 bills were published and introduced in the House. A Senate bills consideration of 8 of the bills was concluded by both houses of Parliament and assented to. A total of 34 bills were referred to National Assembly for consideration and are yet to be concluded. 22 bills are pending consideration before the Senate. 4 bills were withdrawn to allow for further consultation and with a wider stakeholder engagement before reintroduction. 2 bills are pending before mediation committee. 19 bills were referred to the Senate by the National Assembly, out of which the Senate referred back to the National Assembly 10 bills, 2 of which were defeated at the mediation process, while 1 other is pending at the mediation stage. 6 bills from the National Assembly are pending conclusion in the Senate. Additionally, there are 28 bills at various stages of the consideration by the House. This includes the 6 bills from the National Assembly motions. A total of 93 motions were filed in the Senate. 78 motions were debated and passed as follows. 12 procedural motions. Number 2 motions for adjournment of the Senate on a definite matter of urgent national importance. 62 substantive motions, including 2 motions that debate concluded and are awaiting division as scheduled in today's order paper. Number 4, a motion was negotiated, and finally a motion was abandoned as it violated the Constitution. In accordance with established parliamentary practice, 15 motions will lapse at the rise of the Senate, and the respective movers will be required to refile them in the next session. And on the statements, the House considered the statement as follows. 72 statements were issued under Standing Order 47-1. 203 statements were requested under Standing Order 48-1. 16 statements were issued under Standing Order 51-1A. 53 statements were issued under Standing Order 51-1B. And finally, 4 statements were issued under Standing Order 53. I take this opportunity to urge respective committees to process and conclude all the pending statements during the recess and to report to the House as necessary. Petitions. 75 petitions were presented to the Senate, and together with the petitions reported earlier this afternoon, the Senate has received a total of 77 petitions. 28 petitions were considered by the relevant standing committee, and reports thereon tabled in the House, and copies of responses sent to the respective petitioners. Close to 50 petitions are therefore pending conclusion of respective standing committee. The high number of petitions submitted to the Senate is a testament of the confidence Kenyans have in the Senate to consider their issues and provide solutions. I also urge the respective standing committees to the House in 4th session. Madam Speaker, from the above brief, the Senate will resume the next session with its plate already full. Further, such much of the business of the House is transacted in committees. Bills, statements, and petitions are all referred to the standing committees for scrutiny. I wish to applaud committees that have submitted reports on bills and petitions committed to them. However, the House is yet to receive report of the committee on the statements. Sorry. While I appreciate that the decision to make a report on a statement rests with the respective committees, some of the statements raised on the floor of this House are very weighty, and committees owe it to the House to present reports on them as provided in Standing Order 48-3B. This touches on the core of our oversight functions and, in my view, cannot be gainsaid. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, allow me to wish honorable senators a Merry Christmas, a prosperous 2020, and a good recess, and thereby lay the statement on the table of the House. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. We are going to defer the first statement because I don't see Senator Fokwale. Senator Issa Juma is not in the House. And also Senator Abshiro has requested that a statement also be deferred to a later date. Next order.
Order number 17, motion, report of the 14th Annual General Meeting of the Intergovernmental Forum for Mining, Minerals, Metals, and Sustainable Development on Modern Mining, Law, and Policy.
A mover.
Madam Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Senate notes the report of the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on the 14th Annual General Meeting of the Intergovernmental Forum on Mining, Minerals, Metals, and Sustainable Development on Modern Mining Law and Policy held in Geneva, Switzerland from 16th to 15th October 2018. Madam Speaker, this was a very interesting AGM, an AGM that taught Kenya a lot of things, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, from the conference, it came out that Kenya can very easily sustain itself with minerals. It can sustain its economy with minerals. Madam Speaker, when you look at this country, we have many minerals. We have gold in Western Province. We have coal in Eastern Province, and more specifically, Kitui County. We have titanium in Kwale. We have a lot of fertilizer deposits in Nyandarua County, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, government needs to put a little bit more effort to ensure that the minerals we have, the mineral deposits we have in Kenya, have been exploited for the purposes of improving the economy of this country. Madam Speaker, today, Kenya is suffering from having a ailing economy. And if these minerals are exploited, if government puts in some money into mining, the economy can improve, and mining can in itself sustain the economy of this country, create jobs, Madam Speaker, and make everybody comfortable economically. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to present and share the contents of the committee's report on the 4th Annual General Meeting of the Intergovernmental Forum on Mining, Minerals, Metals, and Sustainable Development and Innovative Approaches. Madam Speaker, the forum was organized by the IGF Secretariat and hosted by the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD, at the Palais des Nations, Geneva. Madam Speaker, the delegation made the following observations. Parliament enacted the Mining Act number 12 of 2016, which is a fairly robust legislation and current in order to address most of the challenges prevalent in the mining sector. Madam Speaker, some of the participants during the forum either had mineral legislations which were not up to date or were in the process of reviewing them in order to align them to the dynamic challenges in the current world. Madam Speaker, the IGF guidance documents for governments on managing artisanal and small-scale mining, released in 2017, local contents policies, released in 2018, and base erosion and profit sharing, BEPS, currently being developed, are important tools in the mining sector. The guidance documents on managing mining for sustainable development, a source book, and extracting good practices, a guide for governments and partners to integrate environment and human rights into the governance of the mining sector are important newly launched publications in the mining sector. Madam Speaker, community engagement in the mining cycle is important so as to build capacity within communities and in order to create synergy and community participation in non-mining activities. Although mine closure is provided for in Kenya's Mining Act, the subject needs strict regulations, the enforcement by incorporating concepts from guidance documents on mine closure and endorsement of mine closure provisions. Historic geological data provides a good tool during mining through identification of minerals. Tax incentives for mining companies have been used in other jurisdictions for companies that adopt forest-smart approaches to their mining. Innovation has been used in other jurisdictions during mining, and this has had both the positive effect and loss of employment. The IGF reviewed that training on transfer pricing risk assessment for mining was forthcoming in Kenya. Madam Speaker, I think it is important for government to think of how to exploit the mineral deposit in Kenya today. It perhaps would be cheaper to give us better economy than most of the other things that we're engaged in this country. Madam Speaker, there are some countries in Europe which depend wholly on mining. And since we have big deposits of various minerals in Kenya, it is incumbent upon government to ensure that this is exploited and this will bring up the standards of living of Kenyans. Madam Speaker, I beg to move, and I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator,
I will
Gideon,
call upon.
who is the seconder?
I will call upon Senator Abishiro to second this report.
Senator Abshiro.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to second this motion, the report on the 14th Annual General Meeting, AGM of the Intergovernmental Forum on Mining, Mineral, Metals and Sustainable Development on Modern Mining Law and Policy. Madam Speaker, I think this is a very important report and a very important area for our country, as has been highlighted by the chairperson of my committee, the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources. Madam Speaker, the issue of modern mining is very important, especially at this time when sustainable development is key and climate change is threatening our lives and livelihoods. Madam Speaker, the chairman mentioned a lot of minerals in our country that we could extract that would probably add quite a little bit to our GDP. But one thing we must, as this Senate, guard against is for us to engage in non-modern, and this is why I think this AGM is very important, because it looks at the modern ways, number one, because of sustainability, but also number two, because of the participation of communities and the fact that our minerals and other natural resources must benefit the communities and must benefit the country at large, and not just investors and a few people that can perhaps invest in the shares of the exploration companies or the mining companies. Madam Speaker, I'm proud of this Senate for having spearheaded quite a very good legislation that is quite modern in its own right. There was legislation around the local content bill by Senator Moi that really is a modern law governing mineral resource extraction and sharing of resources with local communities, and also which looks at certain climate issues and sustainability frameworks within which modern mining should happen, for it not to become a curse on us, but to become a source of revenue and a source of wealth creation for ourselves. Madam Speaker, I know there was mention of coal that exists in our country, and this is an area that we need to guard against, and an area that modern mining should start looking at whether or not really this country should go down the path of coal exploration or coal extraction, given the heavy footprint that coal mining has on our environment, and therefore becoming very unsustainable. And I know there's arguments that other countries and other civilizations were actually built on coal mining, but we don't have to go through that path to rubbish what we can do with renewable energy and other energies. And I would actually, on that note, congratulate our country, because the energy mix in our country is very much renewable. And for a country like ours, which is still developing, but still taking that right to develop its country with the responsibility to manage and to contribute to a sustainable and good environment for our future generations, is very commendable. And therefore, I stand to support and hope that in future, as we look at modernizing our laws, we look at modernizing all aspects, not just in mining and mineral extraction, but all our laws should start looking at issues of sustainability, issues of public participation, issues of our communities actually benefiting from the proceeds, as opposed to becoming just extracted, and therefore the mining doesn't become just an extractive industry, but becomes an industry that actually creates wealth and creates prosperity and does not bring conflict in our borders. I thank you, Madam Speaker. I support and I second this motion.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the Senate notes the report of the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on the 14th Annual General Meeting, AGM of the Intergovernmental Forum on Mining, Minerals, Metals and Sustainable Development on modern mining law and policy, held in Geneva, Switzerland, from the 16th to the 18th of October 2018. Honorable Senators, I don't see any interest on the contribution, so I would like to request the mover to reply.
Madam Speaker, I very much thank the Senator Abishiro for seconding this motion. Madam Speaker, this is a very important motion, and I wish the House was full because I believe it could have, a lot of people could have had interest in talking to this motion, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, minerals are very important because, as I said before, there are several countries in Europe whose economy is based on minerals. And Madam Speaker, I think it's just coming to the realization of Kenyans that they now have a lot of minerals because of the research that has been done and exploration that has been done, Madam Speaker. And I believe that if the minerals are extracted and properly extracted and proper marketing done for the minerals, Kenya can be a first world. We have a lot of minerals in this country. The only thing that we need is to put a little bit of funds into the industry, extract the minerals, get market for the minerals, and Kenya will be one of the richest countries in this world. So, Madam Speaker, as I said before, I thank the contribution of Senator Abishiro, and I beg to move.
Honorable Senators, this motion does not concern the counties. I will therefore put the question that the Senate notes the report of the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on the 14th Annual General Meeting, AGM, of the Intergovernmental Forum on Mining, Minerals, Metals and Sustainable Development on Modern Mining Law and Policy, held in Geneva, Switzerland from the 16th to 18th of October 2018. May as many as are of the opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 18, motion. Report on the 18th meeting of the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, Conference of Parties.
Senator Gidiomi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that the Senate notes the report of the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on the 18th meeting of the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora Conference of Parties, COP18, held in Geneva, Switzerland from 17th to 28th August 2019. Madam Speaker, this conference was held in Geneva. It was held in August this year. And Madam Speaker, I must say that the conference was one of the most interesting conferences that I have attended in my lifetime. Madam Speaker, we are talking of CITES and the international trade on endangered species. And Kenyans concentrated more on the elephant. Madam Speaker, it was interesting that most of the countries attending this conference were for the trade of the elephants' trophies not being sold. But it was also interesting that some few African countries, like South Africa, Zimbabwe, and others in the southern part of Africa, were not for the idea. Madam Speaker, there are some countries which had a lot of stocks. We had China, which was trading with the elephant tax, but they have since stopped trading with the elephant tusks. But there were one or two other countries which were interested to continue because they were claiming that they had big stocks in their country and they wanted to use them for trade. However, Kenya won that the trade was only allowed in those few countries in South Africa, and the rest of the world kind of declined to continue with the trade. Madam Speaker, elephants promote tourism in this country. And without elephants, I don't think we could be having the size of tourism that we have in Kenya. You go to Masai Mara, you go to the Coast Province Taita, you go to Saburu, you go to Isiolo, you find a lot of elephants, and tourists are normally interested with seeing the elephants. So if the trade is allowed, Kenya would have to suffer. So, Madam Speaker, I can call it a score, a big score, because Kenya succeeded in protecting its interest. Madam Speaker, the 18th meeting of the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora Conference of the Parties, COP18, that was held in Geneva, Switzerland from 17th to 28th August 2019. CITES is an international agreement in which states adhere voluntarily. States that have agreed to be bound by the convention are known as parties. This provides a framework to be respected by each party, which has to adopt its own domestic legislation to ensure that CITES is implemented at the national level. CITES membership currently starts at 183 parties. Madam Speaker, Kenya's participation at CITES COP18 was coordinated by the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife, State Department of Wildlife. The country's delegation was led by the Chief Administrative Secretary, Mr. Joseph Boynet, and had prepared 8 proposals were agreed to for submission by 24th December 2018 for the consideration of COP18, and had submitted proposals in favor of protection of various proposals for C. Cucuba holothuria SPP in Appendix 2. This is a joint submission with the European Union. Madam Speaker, Kenya was successful in all the 5 proposals except the first one on reestablishing a complete ban on the international ivory trade by placing all African elephants on Appendix 1. That is to say, the African elephant was upgraded from Appendix 2 to Appendix 1, which, in my view, was a success. However, Namibia and Zimbabwe, who were seeking to remove elephants from Appendix 1 and allow international trade in ivory, were also unsuccessful. The committee observed that Kenya had a very good reputation internationally in terms of lobbying for the protection of wild species of animals and plants, but these efforts were hampered by their domestic reputations, especially the ministry's relationship with communities that are living next to or inside the wildlife parks and game reserves. This was essentially due to the human-wildlife conflict. The committee recommends that the Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources should intensify lobbying of more funds with the Treasury and Budget and Appropriations Committee of the National Assembly to allocate more funds for compensation to victims of human-wildlife conflict, and also revive the compensation committees. The committee further recommends that county governments, through their committee executive members in charge of environment and natural resources, should implement the 10% forest cover policy and encourage the conservation of these endangered species, wild animals. Madam Speaker, you realize the forest cover in Kenya is very small. It's just 6%. In other countries, you find forest cover going to 66%, 60%, and in Kenya we only have 6%, and we are struggling to upgrade it to 10%. So it is necessary that we deal with this issue of forest cover and ensure that we have even gone beyond the 10% that we are anticipating to go to. Madam Speaker, I think that is the report, and I thank you. I'll call
Senator,
who
upon,
is the seconder of the
I'll
motion?
call upon Senator Bushiro to second.
Senator
this report.
Abshiro Halake.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to support and second the report on the 18th meeting of the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, or CITES, as it's commonly known, Conference of Parties, or COP18. Madam Speaker, I'm a conservationist, and one of the things I'm proud of for my country is that this country conserves endangered and other species like no other country in the world. And these endangered species are of global significance, not just for Kenya, and therefore this country does serve the global community very well when it comes to conservation of our wildlife, fauna and flora. And CITES is a very important gathering annually for conservation, especially with regards to trade in endangered species. Madam Speaker, that said, there's a lot of push by certain countries to ensure that certain stockpiles, especially of tusks, or are given a one-off trading license or things like that. But as Kenya, we've always said this would then spur other illegal activity or black market activity for trade in endangered species, and it would then decimate our already very precarious, the last animals on earth. Madam Speaker, there's no country in the world, other than perhaps in parts of Namibia, where the animals, especially the big five and other endangered species, live in the wild. Places like Southern Africa, even though they say they want to sometimes trade in some of their stockpiles, the Kruger National Park, for instance, is just a big zoo. It's in Kenya that our animals live in the wild the way God intended it. Of course, that is also under threat, and number one threat to endangered species right now is not even necessarily the trade in illegal, is not even the trade in endangered species. It's becoming loss of habitat due to population explosion and blockage of natural habitats and the migration corridors of the animals. So, but that said, that's an internal issue that we deal with. But internationally, the trade in endangered species is one this country has done very well with and has been able to move certain species such as elephants from Appendix 2 to Appendix 1, which is basically then helping us not to have, even if it's one-off trade in endangered species or animal tusks. Madam Speaker, the population, but the most important thing for us as this country, even as we go to international fora to negotiate and to make sure that our endangered species are taken care of, here at home, the number one factor that I think, in my opinion as a conservationist, would help endangered species is the communities that host these animals. And as the chairman of the Lands Committee, Senator Gidiomi, has just presented, our communities in Isiolo, for instance, communities in Masai Mara, in Narok, communities along the coastal belt, along the Emali, and all this, even here in Nairobi National Park, all host wildlife. If these communities share in the benefits of conservation and share in the benefits of these species, they will definitely make sure that they're not endangered anymore and that they'll protect them. And this is why, as a committee, we have spearheaded certain contributions by the government through budgetary and other support, capacity support to communities that are hosting this wildlife. These communities bear the brunt of human-wildlife conflict that has been said. These communities are the ones that are actually conserving even more than the government-protected areas. Madam Speaker, it may be interesting for the country to note that almost 70% of our species, both endangered and non-endangered species, live outside the government-protected areas. And non-government protected areas or community areas form a very, very big component of conservation, especially because of the dispersal areas, as well as just, communities hosting the wildlife, especially in northern Kenya, where pastoralism works hand in hand with animals and conservation in community conservancies. So, Madam Speaker, I would like to urge our country, I congratulate them for the international forum in COP18, for instance, for getting all our proposals through, but back home, the number one factor that would ensure that our species, both endangered and non-endangered, survive and are preserved for posterity is that we compensate or we support communities to then share in the benefits of conservation. I know, again, this House has stood up and be counted with this in this regard, where very progressive and modern laws, as I said earlier, have been formulated in this House in terms of resource sharing with communities that host wildlife and other endangered species. Madam Speaker, when we go out into our national parks and see the animals, we think there are very many. But if you see the numbers, if we're told how many animals, how many elephants exist in our country and in our borders, you will be shocked to note that from a high of hundreds of thousands of elephants, now we barely have 50,000 elephants in our country. The latest, I think, aerial survey came up with about 35,000. Now, we may think there are very many because we go to a place and we see a few of them, but there are not that many. And to see that 80% or 70%, although we are now building back the numbers, had been decimated, should tell us that even internally in the country, we should start to look at how to conserve and to make sure that our animals are not endangered. Madam Speaker, rhinos, the black rhino, the white rhino, we have hundreds of them. Madam Speaker, the Hirola is endangered, and we have maybe, at some point we only had 47 of them in the whole country. So this is really serious issues, and because we conserve these animals for posterity, and these are the last wildlife, the last fauna and flora on Earth, we as a country should be supported both by the international community, and in turn, our country should support the communities that are bearing the brunt of conservation, and also making sure that our country does not then end up being one of the countries where we start talking about we used to have elephants or we used to have lions. Madam Speaker, there's only 2,000 lions in our country. I know we pride ourselves, all our coat of arms are lions. And I'm not sure if we will have our lions just on pictures or even just, in breathing. So it is serious. Endangered species are something that we as this country must think through and make sure that we look at ways that are innovative, ways that involve the people, ways that really then make sure that we as a country are doing everything from multiple angles, internally, with international community, as we've done at the COP18, as you've been told, but also especially for us to start putting our resources in conservation and not expect international donors and international community to take care of the animals within our borders, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I know there was issue of conservation compensation that has been mentioned, but if we start giving communities support to begin with, even compensation will become very irrelevant because communities will not even be asking for compensation because they'll feel like they own the animals and there's ownership as well. In terms of the forest cover, Madam Speaker, yes, it's pathetic that we don't even have the basic 10%, but again, as we have said, we need to make sure that our communities again are involved in the whole issue of forest cover. Some of the places in northern Kenya have actually more than 50% forest cover. They may look bare, but the indigenous forests that were there at the beginning of time are still there, and that these are some of the things we need to make sure that the indigenous forests are conserved, and sometimes introduction of species that are sometimes invasive, like what we've seen with Mathenge, in the name of trying to provide cover may just be more detrimental to the environment than others. And also then we must start looking at our population and the idea that the tyranny of numbers, that we must get as many children as possible may not be sustainable, even if those are our voters. Madam Speaker, I support and thank the committee for making sure that Kenya is represented in this very important fora, and I look forward to the committee also highlighting what they've learned, Mr. Chairman, to make sure we domesticate some of these things and ensure that we also support our communities to conserve, because the endangered species of course, are very important to the communities as well, both in terms of sustainable development and also in terms of some of our livelihoods, especially in northern Kenya, where pastoralism goes very much hand in hand with conservation. I support and I second, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Senators, I now propose the question, which is that the Senate notes the report of the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on the 18th meeting of the Convention of on the 18th meeting of the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora CITES Conference of Parties, COP number 18, held in Geneva, Switzerland, from 17th to 28th August 2019. To give the opportunity to Senator Ndwiga Njeru, Senator for Embu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to support the statement by the chairman, the committee chairman. And as I support this statement, CITES is a very, very important international organization. And Madam Speaker, I think it is important to mention as I start to make my contribution, that human beings never learn. If you look at the history since the world was created, the kind of animals that God created for this world, and how many of them are extinct this far, that we have got to go to museums to see skeletons of animals that used to roam this world. At this day and age, Madam Speaker, I think it will be very and extremely irresponsible of humankind to allow the future generations to start wondering what was this animal called elephant, Madam Speaker. It will be absolutely irresponsible. And I wish to urge the countries that are opposing the ban on trade of animal trophies to take heed from what Kenya has done. And the fact that we have banned ivory in the past and fought vigorously to defend our elephants. This country still exists. You cannot tell us that your only income is ivory tusks, Madam Speaker. In fact, God will punish you even as a country if that is where you are getting your income. I wish to submit, Madam Speaker, that the CITES meeting with the chairman, which report the chairman has laid, is extremely important for mankind. And I wish to urge all nations to support the CITES Convention and also to take heed. You know, God did not create these animals by accident. Can you imagine, Madam Speaker, if one day all the hyenas decided that humankind, we are going to finish them and we're going to eat us, so that in the future, generations coming after us, we don't know there used to be fellows, I think there will be hyena generations, not human generations, because we would be gone, Madam Speaker. But I think that God created these animals and left the animals to roam the world, and created human beings to take care of his creations. And in so doing, Madam Speaker, it is absolutely irresponsible of mankind to destroy creations of God and not to protect what God created. And because I do not want to repeat the very eloquent presentation that was done by my chairman and the Honorable Abshiro, I wish to support.
Honorable Senators, I don't see more interest on the motion, and this motion does not concern counties, so I will now call upon the mover to reply.
Madam Speaker, I thank the SECODA and those who have contributed to this motion. They have actually given an indicator of how important our wild animals are, starting with the elephant. Madam Speaker, this was the same emphasis that was in Geneva. Several countries emphasized on the importance of the elephant, including the China itself, which was trading with the elephant tusks. They said that the animal should be reserved for tourism other than trade. So, Madam Speaker, I thank those who are supporting the elephant and those who are supporting that there should be no trade on elephant tusks. And Madam Speaker, I move.
Honorable Senators, I now put the question that the Senate notes the report of the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on the 18th meeting of the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, CITES, Conference of Parties COP18, held in Geneva, Switzerland from 18th to 28th August 2019. From the looks of things, I put the question, and as many as are of the opinion say aye. Aye. And those of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Senators, would like to defer the order paper number 19, 20, 21 and 22 to a later date because I don't see the movers in the House. Next order.
Order number 23, motion.
Senator Gidiomi.
The other motion is supposed to be for Brazil, and I had moved the motion, and it was approved by this House last week. Madam Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 28 and 29, the Senate do adjourn until Tuesday, 11th February 2020. Madam Speaker, this Senate has sat for a whole session, and the session was very interesting. Senators would love to have some leave to go and prepare to handle the fourth session. So, Madam Speaker, it is imperative that senators be given time to go for recess, to stay with their electorate and exchange with their electorate and do whatever they could not do when they were sitting during the third session, so that they can prepare for the fourth session. And Madam Speaker, I believe that by the time they come back, they will have had enough preparation and they will be able to help this nation by way of contributions and by the way of working for the people of Kenya. Madam Speaker, I move.
Senator, who is seconding the motion?
Madam Speaker, I beg to call upon Senator Abshir
Senator Abshiro Halake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support and I rise to second the motion that the Senate adjourn until Tuesday, 11th February 2020, pursuant to Standing Orders 28 and 29 of the Senate. Madam Speaker, please allow me to take this opportunity to congratulate the House on a very intensive session, this last session, and a very successful year for the Senate. A lot of very good bills have been moved by this House, a lot of community engagements, and as the majority leader has laid out the work that this House has done, I can't help but to be proud that I'm serving on the 12th Parliament at the Senate right now. Madam Speaker, the work of a legislator, it doesn't end in the chamber, as you know, and so I wish our colleagues all the very best as they now move to their counties and to engage with their electorate as well as other stakeholders in their various responsibilities, and to wish them also a very good Christmas and New Year as they go back to their counties and as they continue to serve this nation even while on recess. Madam Speaker, as I said, a lot of the work that is overflown, I know that even our committees, there are certain plans perhaps to do one or two things while we're still on session. I hope that the Senate will also allow for some of these things so that the workload in the fourth session doesn't become overwhelming, as has been in this last session. Madam Speaker, I know that a lot of times the stakeholders sometimes feel that members of parliament have adjourned early, but as you know, members of parliament work 24/7. There's nothing like a recess, because the recess only means that you don't come and debate in the chamber, but the work continues in very many places, including counties, including other engagements, both here and perhaps even internationally. And so I'd like to take this opportunity to wish everybody, all the senators, a very, very fruitful recess, and to wish them all the very best as they execute and serve this country, even outside of this chamber. Madam Speaker, I second.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that pursuant to Standing Orders 28 and 29, the Senate do adjourn until Tuesday, 11th February 2020. Honorable Senators, before we adjourn, I have a message from the National Assembly. And may I take this opportunity to read. Passage by the National Assembly of the Early Childhood Education Bill, Senate Bill number 26 of 2018, the Office of the County Attorney Bill, Senate Bill number 3 of 2018, the petitions to County Assembly Procedure Bill, Senate Bills number 22 of 2018, the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 51 of 2017, and the National Management Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 26 of 2019. Honorable Senators, I wish to report to the Senate that pursuant to Standing Order 41.3 and 4, I have received the following messages from the Speaker of the National Assembly regarding the passage by the National Assembly of the Early Childhood Education Bill, Senate Bill number 26 of 2018, the Office of the County Attorney Bill, Senate Bill number 3 of 2018, and the petition to County Assembly's Procedure Bill, Senate Bill number 22 of 2018. Passage of the Early Childhood Education Bill, Senate Bill number 26 of 2018, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 41.1 and 144 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the following message from the National Assembly. Whereas the Early Childhood Education Bill, Senate Bill number 26 of 2018, was passed by the Senate on Wednesday, 22nd May 2019, with amendments and referred to the National Assembly for consideration. And whereas the National Assembly passed the said bill on Tuesday, 21st November 2019, with further amendments attached therewith. Now, therefore, in accordance with the provisions of Article 110 of the Constitution and Standing Order 41.1 and 144 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the said decision of the National Assembly to the Senate. Passage of the Office of the County Attorney Bill, Senate Bill number 3 of 2018, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 41.1 and 144 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the following message from the National Assembly. Whereas the Office of the County Attorney Bill, Senate Bill number 3 of 2018, was passed by the Senate on Thursday, 3rd October 2018, with amendments and further to the National Assembly for consideration. And whereas the National Assembly passed the said bill on Thursday, 21st November 2019, with further amendments attached therewith. Now, therefore, in accordance with the provisions of Article 110 of the Constitution and Standing Orders 41.1 and 144 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the said decision of the National Assembly to the Senate. 4. Passage of the petition to County Assembly Procedure Bill, Senate Bills number 22 of 2018. Pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 41.1 and 144 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the following message from the National Assembly. Whereas the petition to County Assembly Procedure Bill, Senate Bills number 22 of 2018, was passed by the Senate on Thursday, 3rd October 2018, with amendments and referred to the National Assembly for consideration. And whereas the National Assembly passed the said bill on Thursday, 21st November 2019, with further amendments attached therewith. Now, therefore, in accordance with the provision of Article 110 of the Constitution and Standing Orders 141, Standing Orders 41.1 and 144 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the said decision of the National Assembly to the Senate. 5. Passage of the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 51 of 2017. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Orders 41.1 and 142 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the following message from the National Assembly. Whereas the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, National Bill number 51 of 2017, was published via Kenya Gazette Supplement number 195 of 29th December 2017 as a bill concerning county governments to provide for the proper management of public finances by national and county governments. And whereas the National Assembly considered the bill at the committee stage on Wednesday, 20th November 2019, and passed the said bill on Thursday, 21st November 2019, with amendments in the form attached hereto. Now, therefore, in accordance with the provisions of Article 110.4 of the Constitution and Standing Order 142 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby refer the said bill to the Senate for consideration. 6. Passage of the National Drought Management Authority Amendment Bill, National Bill number 26 of 2019. Pursuant to this provision of the provisions of the Standing Order 41 and 142 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the following message from the National Assembly. Whereas the National Drought Management Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 26 of 2019, was published via Kenya Gazette Supplement number 43 of 5th April 2019 to provide for the establishment of the Coordinating Committee and management of the National Drought Emergency Fund. And whereas the National Assembly considered and passed the said bill without amendments on Tuesday, 10th September 2019, in the form attached thereto. Now, therefore, in accordance with the provisions of Article 110(4) of the Constitution and Standing Order 41 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby refer the bill to the Senate for consideration. Honorable Senators, Article 112(1)(b) of the Constitution provides that if one House passes an ordinary bill concerning counties and the second House passes the bill on an amendment form, it shall be referred back to the originating House for consideration. Honorable Senators, in this regard, I direct that 1, the Standing Committee on Education considers the National Assembly amendments to the Early Childhood Education Bill, Senate Bills number 26 of 2018, and report to the Senate. And 2, the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs, and Human Rights considers the National Assembly amendments to the County Attorney Bill, Senate Bills number 3 of 2018, and the petition to County Assembly's Procedure Bill, Senate Bills number 22 of 2018, and report to the Senate. Further, pursuant to the Standing Order 159(1) of the Senate Standing Orders, I also direct that the National Assembly amendments to the said bills be circulated to all senators and be listed on the order paper for consideration when the Senate next meets. Honorable Senators, Standing Order number 157 requires that a bill which originates in the National Assembly be proceeded with by the Senate in the same manner as the bill introduced in the Senate by way of first reading in accordance with the Standing Order number 139. In that regard, I direct that the Public Finance Management Amendment Bills, National Assembly Bill number 51 of 2017, and the National Drought Management Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 26 of 2019 be read a first time when the Senate next meets. I thank you, Honorable Senators. Honorable Senators, we come to the end of this session, and I want to join the Speaker and all of us in congratulating the Senate for the work that has been done during the whole year. It has already been listed out by the leader of majority, the bills that have been passed, the motions, and all the statements that have been discussed throughout the year. May I take this opportunity, Honorable Senators, to wish each and every one of us a very Merry Christmas and a prosperous 2020. Honorable Senators, there being no, I don't think it's that one. Honorable Senators, it is now 6:38 p.m., time to adjourn the House. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until Tuesday, 11th February 2020 at 2:30 p.m.